Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Oh yeah, it's good coffee. Who has this hero time? Oh, what ability plays this sound? I'm just gonna answer it. It's called Snap. Hello, Ulu. Hello, Elon. Hello, Logan. Hello, Vinit. Hello, Andre. Hello. Hello, Lagger. The lesser one that grows in power, the longer it is used, it brings magic to the fingertips of the users. I wonder which one. Hello, Jackson. Forgot your name, Lagger. Hello, Roman. Please try to keep it in English, thanks. Hello, Addy. An ancient weapon that often turns the tides of war. It should be this one, right? It could be Hyperstone. Probably Sacred Relic though. What is the name of this ability? The Lightning Storm, is it? Man, I'm good at this. I guess drums makes a lot of sense for the last question too. I didn't really think of that. Does anybody know who has this ability? Huh? Huh? I know. Nyx Assassin! Hey, try not to spam emotes like a 12-year-old thinks. Type dash courage and play the hero and build. Hold on a sec. What is the cooldown of Exort? It's... There's no cooldown. Dash courage.
Go to Discord server and type courage and play that hero and build grinning face.
I see nothing. Can you stop spamming emotes, bro? What's made from the buckler? Alright, Dota bot channel. Okay, let's try this. Dash courage. Interesting. Hey, hey Lagger, I'm not willing to do this on my main account, especially in a ranked game. That's a little suicidal, sir. Well, I'll tell you what. I will either do that on my Smurf in an unranked game, or you can give me a different request. It's up to you, man. Or if you disagree with any of these conditions, then I go ahead and refund your money. Hello, doctor.
Hey, you will hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left.
Okay, Lagger. How long are you gonna be watching? Cause I'd like to play some ranked games on my main account first.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Okay, your
Yeah,
pick
who
now.
am I kidding? You know what to do. Ten seconds.
Okay, Liger, just let me know when you're back. His name is Smurf. Dun dun dun.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh, so that's the new mask. Right. The gaze of Zebulon. Yeah, I wanted the Zebulon mask. It's kind of cool. Steam Community Market. Zebulon. Bow of Zebulon, the Mask of Zebulon is like $7.5 US. Price went up a lot, huh? In the last 5 days. Oh, jeez. My money.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Huckwookfingo. There's a drow, like red mask model. Oh, Eldrim's Worm Touch. Oh, I really like that mask as well. Eldworm. That's how you spell it, right? I just want the head part. Want the red one, maybe? Oh, this helmet is so cheap. Fuck yeah, I'm buying it right now. Damn, that's cheap. Quick! Oh no! I don't have time to put it on! Fuck! Hi, Sandy.
Tracks of
Fuck!
onward.
Fortune and glory await.
My game feels laggy.
Very well.
It's in the bag.
Good enough.
You have the Menias mask? Is that the red one? Fuck! Hold on, let me... Menias mask? You have it, but you don't like to use it? Seriously?
Yes.
How'd you get it?
It's in the bag.
30 seconds to showtime.
Silent.
I love watching them skip around out there.
That was my thought. Way ahead of you.
Someone gave it to you. Girl powers.
Agreed. silent.
Oh, one rune.
My sentiments as well. So be it.
Is Miranda the 4?
My bow is drawn. Forward. To battle. I go in silence. Onward. Denied. To battle. Your fate is sealed. Way ahead of you. Feel my cold embrace. So be it.
Pulling tips now.
Agreed.
Just go back. Wait, all
That
reps.
was my thought. The secrets of the wood are mine. Forward. Good enough. Silent as mist.
Denied.
My bow is drawn. Death comes silently. Yes. Very well. My sentiments as well. I go in silence.
No! What the fuck, dude?
Onward. My sentiments as well.
First blood!
Yes. Good enough. My time had forward. Way ahead of you. I go in silence. You'll have to do better than that. To battle. Silent as mist. My bow is drawn.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Very well.
The top tower
God
needs
damn it, man.
Feel the bite of frost. Agreed. Feel the frost. So be it.
Bronze.
That was my thought. Stand and deliver. My sentiments as well.
Regeneration. Forward.
This'll come in handy.
Ooh, lots of runes.
Arrow. Fly.
Holy fuck this. What items do I need this game? Probably BKB. They have so much magical bullshit.
Three, two, one, let's go!
Onward. So be it. Don't you dare. Middle is missing. I go in silence. Silent as mist. Way ahead of you. I'll cut a knot with your name on it. Quiver.
Gave me fortified destructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Fuck.
Arrow, fly. Agreed. My bow is drawn.
Can you kill him?
I don't have mana.
I don't have gas, just saying.
Enough. Yes.
You got it right?
Very well.
Chop.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fuck, man. Missed 3 last hits.
Can we ward this please?
To battle. Arrow, find your target.
There's so many items, I can't get my wards.
Silent as mist. Good enough. Ice shall meet my enemies. Way ahead of you.
Fucking stack, man!
Agreed.
I still stacked it.
Killing spree!
Hey, I left bottom.
My structures are fortified.
I go in silence.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
There's wait. Yes.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
More fuel for my fire.
Attack. That was my thought. So be it. Into the fray.
Killing spree!
Chase.
Fight, Frost.
Dominating!
I'll take that. As deep as forest shade.
Quiver. Onward.
Enemy's middle tower just
Hold on.
hit the dust. The bottom tower is under attack.
Attack.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind
Leave
of
it.
That's a lot of fucking words.
Good job or something?
Invisibility.
Feel my cold embrace.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm gonna go top and take that.
To battle.
You better poof on
Don't
over
cut
to
this
your
shit.
bottom tower. Oh, there
My
better be
God.
something important going on. Dominate! Own it! Your bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Your money will be dead.
Dire structures are fortified. Ooh,
Okay.
your bottom tower's kind of bad. This is one of the things in the bad column. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. Good.
Okay.
Death comes silently.
Nice burn.
Uh-huh.
You got it.
The drow have
Radiant
one
called
less
in the
enemy
fortification.
Did he stack it for me? What the fuck?
now. Way ahead of you.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Mega kill! Edge! You better
No.
poof on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's top tower is fallen.
What price you pay? Very well. My sentiments as well. Agreed. I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Unstoppable!
Shaman has no wards, he just dropped them down.
Double kill!
Can't really push.
I shine my enemies.
Illusion.
So be it. Forward. The secrets of the wood are mine.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
Alright.
Arrow. Fly.
I'm taking them down.
Into the fray. Silence.
Kind of dangerous, yeah.
I go in silence.
I'll try.
Uh-huh. That was my thought.
He has no sandstorm.
Good enough.
Chop.
Feel the frost.
Carrot, chop, carrot.
My bow is done.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Your fate is sealed.
Worth a shot.
Regen time.
Oh, hi, man.
Just done.
Feel the bite of frost. My sentiments as well.
The Shadow Shaman, dude.
He was, upset.
Arrow, find your target. Good enough.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
No, it's not first picture. It's third picture.
I'm gonna go for it.
Tower is no more.
Alright.
You guys gotta look.
Cold embrace. Every little bit counts. The prize is mine. Attack. I'll cut a notch with your name on it. Very well.
Alright, that can be right there.
Death comes silently.
You go, Roche.
That was my thought.
Push it out. It's over.
My bow is drawn. Your fate is sealed. Feel the frost.
Fucking stunned it, man.
Go in silence.
You want it, Lena?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sean's dead. Man, him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad.
So be it.
Monster kill!
Silent as mist.
Structures are fortified.
Onward. Yes.
We don't have any awards on the map, huh?
To battle. Way ahead of you. My bow is strong. Good enough. Arrow, fly.
I'm not bottom, Kier. Okay, I'm coming bottom right now.
Agreed. Battle.
Triple kill!
I can catch this guy, I think.
Bite frost.
Ultra kill!
The price you pay. Onward.
Is he feeding? What the? Anyone can have this Dark Mini map.
Arrow, fly.
I don't have mana for this.
Pride of the... I thought they warned you not to speak with rangers.
Why are we bragging for absolutely no reason again, David Curtis? The fuck?
So be it.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks just gonna die.
Why?
Double kill. The enemy's middle tower has killing spree.
My sentence is well.
We have 2 dead. We don't have 1.
I shall nip my
The
enemies.
enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay.
No ripping.
Arrow, find your target. Let us burn.
This'll come in handy.
I shall nip my enemies.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Arrow, find your target.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. Exactly what you're supposed to do. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps. Figures. Lazy bums show up just in time for the loot.
Hello, Weaker. Hello, Didi.
Dominate! Structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Second one.
Dominate!
We can just hit it. We can just hit it.
Second game, good luck and next time.
Another triumph.
Well, that was a hard game. Lena carried pretty hard. She went 17-0. Good job, Lena. Oh, Lulu, do you mean the item? Oh. Ooh. Oh, I got another helmet for Draw Ranger from Lulu-chan, guys. Thank you. Oh, Mania's Mask. Empty socket. Okay. Let's try this one out first. I quite like this helmet though, I'm not gonna lie. It's quite cool. But let's check out this one too. Okay, let's use Mania's Mask. Custom effects. And what effects are those? Forgot to use chat wheel, guys. Fuck, why didn't I use that during the game?
Very
What custom effects?
Fortune and glory await!
Is this what's different? Or is it the ultimate?
Your money or you're dead.
What are the custom effects?
That's
this
my
different?
thought.
Wait, I can't even remember, to be quite honest. What the other one looked like. Mask of Madness effect?
Beware the bite of frost. So be it.
Wait, is that the same, guys? I can't even remember. This is the same, right? I think it's the same. Is it the same? It has no gems, so no custom effects.
My bow is drawn.
Check first skill. Well, I used frost arrows earlier, didn't I? It looks the same. You see more smoke?
My sentiments as well.
Mask of Madness? Is it Mask of Madness effect? It might be, but I kind of doubt it. Oh, we have another game. Hi, BJ. The effect is her stance, her head tilted left and right. Okay.
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that
Oh,
kind of
someone banned this for me.
Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Fuck, my drow's gone.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Never mind. Never mind, I wanted to play drow.
10 seconds.
Gus is white without the mask? Oh.
5
Well, I can't play
seconds
draw
left.
anyways. Wah wah. Pink is trash. Get me out. Uh-oh. I don't know if he's trash or not, but this guy's being toxic. Gannicus! Oh man, I wanted to play Abaddon, but we have Oracle already. Fuck! Oh, he's gonna play Techies.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Dude, I don't think it's a Mask of Madness effect, dude. I really don't think so. I am
10
playing
seconds.
green, you're playing 1, right?
5 seconds left.
Quick, answer me.
Okay, your pick.
Whatever. Let's
You
just
know
assume
what
he's
to
playing
do.
1, so I will play Shadow Shaman. It's the guys? Any tips on getting out of 1k MMR? Yeah, you need to practice and you stop blaming your team. I'm not playing position 4 LC, bro. What the fuck? That's how to lose in Divine Immortal. No prayers answered. Actually, wait a minute. Let's customize chat wheel so we can spam more stuff. To be quite honest, I never really use missing, so War Kiss. Or this one. Yeah, I mainly just use these 4. Okay, let's okay. Say monkey business. Okay.
Your pick now. Here, Meepo. What? Huh?
Oh, okay. Come on, man. Oh, come on. Pick here, bro. Come on. LC, huh? Our team fighting is garbage. But their team fighting is also garbage. Oh, suppose I'll go with this guy. Gonna need a wand to fight the PA. Okay, let's go like this. No stats? Where's the stats? Yeah! 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 There we go. Look.
As you wish.
Wait. Buddy probably needs tango? No, he doesn't.
Fortune and glory await. Accept your guidance. So say the spirits.
Strong enough to carry against OD and PA and natures.
Bag. I hear and obey. Granted.
Is that a sentry? You're probably sentry, right? Yeah.
You are heard. 30 seconds to battle. I go. Does it please you?
For the Bronze Legion!
The spirit moves me. As the shades direct. Of course. Yes. Shades, guide me. Shades, guide me. Granted.
Alright, Tetra.
For the ancestors. You are heard.
Stand.
As you wish. I go.
Charge my wand.
I hear. So say the spirit. Yes.
Whoa. What's this guy doing?
That is.
What does that do for you there?
The spirit moves. Of course. Beat you like a drum.
Beat you like a drum!
I accept. I hear and obey. As the fates direct, a fine omen. Strike.
Oh shit!
I accept your guidance. Does it please you?
You didn't go into the tower? Are you serious? Bitch, you dead, motherfucker!
As the shades direct.
You dead.
Yes.
You dead. You're so greedy, man. That's like how I play. Bad.
I accept your guidance.
Next wave.
I go.
Hey Dutch boy, I don't know why you think that's funny, man. You just sound like a fucking stupid ass 13-year-old.
Of course.
And now you're banned.
Shades, guide me.
Let's do like this.
I hear.
The waves. I can.
Hi, Overlax.
Careful, I don't see Ruben.
Not going anywhere. I hear and obey.
Well, he's fucking alive.
Keep out. Motto Atticano. So say the spirit. So say normally.
Oh, you fucking bitch! Oh shit, baby! Oh yeah! Wrecking these kids, man.
The spirit moves me.
Bottom is winning hard, baby.
I accept.
Rotation top.
Say the spirit. I hear.
You think I care?
As you wish.
5 minutes. I'll try to grab the bottom ones.
I'll get top.
Say
get one.
guide me. Fortune saying.
Wait, what are you doing? You shining?
I accept your guidance. Yes,
Keep it up.
as it please you. I hear and obey.
Jackass!
Of course. I go. Granted.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
A phone tree up. You are heard.
Fucking line somewhere around here.
Attack! My prayers are answered.
My prayers are answered!
When you come back.
Motto Atticano. I go.
Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
To my ancestors.
Mega kill!
Me for PA? Sure! That's good.
As it please you. Granted. Attack!
Gannish!
I accept.
Dyer's doing that glowy thing. Not to do it till that's done.
Come on, oh man, I'm trying to tank this tower, dude. Oh, the catapult didn't even survive.
The shades direct.
Not to use tangas, what a waste.
Unstoppable!
Nice. I'll fill your bottle. I'll TP mid and fill your bottle. Oh, never mind. You're coming
Nope.
back.
You are most gracious.
Strength all anew. Of course.
Man, I took like one. Jesus.
For the ancestors. The spirit moves me.
What a fucking whiny ass baby.
So say the spirits.
I hear and obey.
Why is LC avoiding bottom lane?
As you wish.
High risky. Yeah, he's super toxic.
Another word for you, top.
Oh shit, I'm dead.
I join the great convoy.
You were a sacred target.
Do that, especially this tower.
Not yet worthy. Go beyond the hills.
I think you're gonna get it. That was my bad.
LC just doesn't go bottom, huh?
Like a drum. As you wish. Hold.
Bonnie runes. Green kill.
The bones are thrown. You are heard. Ah!
Killing spree! Your middle tower is under attack!
I gotta back and buy mana boots.
2-4.
So say the spirits.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I accept your guidance.
Big two.
Take heed.
Dicky.
The spirit moves me. As it please you.
Dominating! Own edge!
Somber. Nice, nice.
There to be seen.
Oh, you're both going down, motherfuckers. Both going down! For a Shadow Shaman! Yeah, that's good. And I had Arcane Runes, so I'm fine, man. Hey, Risky, I can answer your question. It's right here. Right click to force attack. So if you enable this, Risky, you don't have to press the button.
Of course.
Thank you, BJ. This guy's bike. Second blink dagger.
Yes. I hear and obey. Yes. As it please you. The spirit moves me. I accept.
Killing spree!
As you
Smoke weed every day.
Radiant's courier is dead.
your guidance.
I wonder what idiot got it killed.
Kay's gonna go on me.
I'm not ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You are heard.
Come here for mana boots.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Mega what, that's your job or
I
something?
hear and obey.
5. We just burst her.
Shade, guide me.
Good job.
I'm under attack. As the shades direct.
Can we go for the same one?
Granted.
PA's teleporting middle.
Of course. As it please you. Yes.
Rooms empty. Do you want these rooms?
I hear and obey. The spirit moves me.
I'm gonna kill you and I.
Go. So say the spirits. As the shades direct.
Behold my searing chains.
Granted. As you wish.
Oh, use Hex, really? Oh man, I didn't know!
Shades, guide me. Nothing arise. Right.
Your top tower is under attack. Enemy
Fucking whiny ass bitch.
Nice, right?
Yes.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Use scope given.
They're all top, careful.
I accept.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
I accept your guidance.
Your top tower is under attack.
For the ancestors.
It's here. It is here. Here.
Oh man, I'm dead. Oh, I got fingered too, dude. There's 4 of them. Hi, Snow Poop. Hi, yo, Jen.
The rune of invisibility.
So people just buy phase boots and jumps on Ember Spear now, huh? They just run at people in the early game. They don't do like the boots of travel, battle fury, build anymore.
It does truly matter. Shades, guide me. I go.
Hi, Sylvia.
Unstoppable!
Is it the same build for Juggernaut? No, Juggernaut's more situational.
As you wish. Feel the pump.
What the fuck is wrong with them?
I think they've lost hope.
I hear and obey. I accept your guidance.
Why do TP? We can take the bottom T2.
Those guys want kills.
The spirit moves me.
Ward up their top jungle area.
I summon my war.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We need to go.
I accept. Fine. I'm under attack. As the shades direct.
Come on, man. What a waste of fucking wards, dude. This line just farmed my wards.
Of course.
Okay, wait.
Granted. This guy.
saw my last jug game. Got some time today. Please play
Well, then I owe you 2 Jet games, Snail Poop. Thanks, buddy.
a snack, please, pretty
knocking
please.
down that bottom tower.
Yes. The spirit moves me.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes. Divine form for you. You are heard.
Look at that! Your middle tower just got demolished.
I probably did.
Don't kill the messenger.
Thought Ember would come in and help me, but nope.
Bounties, please.
Whoa! Godlike!
As the shades direct,
Top, we have a DD top.
Killing spree!
I hear.
We can probably even Roshan.
I accept your guidance. Fortunes change.
Mega kill! The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Ah.
I hear and obey.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
As the shades direct.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. They don't know what hit them.
Of course. As it please you.
Thought you played it already and I missed it. Let's just make it one well-paid jug game. Wait, this one well-paid jug game. And a large snack for Tina. Alright, you heard the man, Lulu.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Give Tina a big one.
Granted.
Oh yeah, Shamanton. Keep forgetting about it.
Roshan, high ground.
Top tower's gone.
Let's go higher, guys.
So say that.
They're not defending.
Your bottom tower's whoa! Godlike! You better pull on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's top tower has fallen. I like it.
Yeah, I agree, Snow Poop.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Bitches love big ones.
Towers and, you know, bit of under attack.
I was. Come on.
Your bottom tower's fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. You better pop on over to your bottom tower. The enemy's middle tower just
Holy shit.
As you wish.
your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is fallen. Dominate! Unstoppable!
Oh, Fenrir, you're here. That's an all Lenny faced. What is your tariff plan of internet? Tariff. Tariff? Vote Shadow Shaman. Vote for me. Good job, Elsie. You and me, buddy. Doing well. Wow, our 3 cores have very, very similar farm. PA's net worth, look! He has 4,000 net worth. What a sucker. Can I see LC dual? Damage, you mean? Dual damage? Why does it matter? He has 150. Okay, I owe a Juggernaut game, so we're just gonna play unranked. Oh, fuck, but then I have to get on a different account. Alright, tell you what. Snail poop. I will try to play Juggernaut in this next game. I believe it's Lone Druid. I'll play Juggernaut in this next game. In a ranked game. But I may not be able to because sometimes Juggernaut can be... Sometimes you just don't want to pick Jug. Otherwise, we'll play him on my Smurf. Maybe the game after this one or the one after that. I got a bunch of games in queue. Alright, let me read some of these comments. Alright. Reporting Ember. Yeah, you know what? He actually does deserve a report. Like, actually, this Ember played really well, but he's just very toxic. Oh, I don't have any. God, don't have any. Don't have any reports, anyways. Helrianda. GG, guys. Tariff plan. Did he spell it like that earlier? Tariff, right? He had 2 R's, right? You know, you Indian people have interesting internet. Means to kind of plan your internet have like dollars per month. Well, I mean, as an example, I could tell you that my internet is $50 US per month, but I'm not really sure how that is useful at all to you, you know? Unless you're planning on moving to my exact location and getting similar internet, you know? I don't know why somebody asked that kind of question. Okay, I completely forgot where he's typing. Pussy. Ocrant? Anyways, I have unlimited bandwidth. Are we gonna vote for rank? No, I'm just gonna play ranked. Hi, Juggernaut, bitch. Okay. Thanks, Neopoop. I like that you choose some of my comfort heroes. Can I play Viper position 5? Oh god. Yeah, I'm gonna try to play position 1 Jug. He wants to know the speed as well. 75 megabits down. 15 up. Yeah, you know, I was waiting for that too. We have very, very weird internet plans. What about Arcana votes? How is it done? Well, there's usually a vote button here. If you haven't voted yet, you need the battle pass, then you just click on the vote button, and then you click on the hero, and that's basically it. Fuck! How was my last Lion game? I think it was red. Do I play PUBG? Nope. Oh, damn it. Oh, most people guessed like I did. Monkey King! Go, go! 305 move speed. Where is it? There, got it. How can you rise above 0 MMR? Well, BJ, have you tried not sucking? BJ? Oh shit. LOL cheating. Hey! It's smart. What is cooldown of overcharge? I believe it is 18. Yo, Stanley. I could look that up just now, huh? I should have cheated again. Damn it. Hey! We smart. Oh my god, Luke. Wow, the answers are so varied. Difficulty bonus plus 20. What is the cost of refresher shard? It's 0, isn't it? What the fuck? Oh, you know what? If you try to sell it, I'm sure there's an inherent cost. I guess you can probably sell it for 500 gold. I guess so. I've never. Oh, I got it right. Yeah. Because I mean, it doesn't really have a cost, right? Because it just drops from Roshan. But yeah, I guess if you try to sell it to the NPC, it'll give you half its cost. So it's 500 gold. Was that right? What hero has the following attributes? It's agility hero. Probably Ricky. Ricky. Wait, so what's the correct answer? Oh, it's D. Oh, it's Rao. Oh, fuck. So it's either a strengthy smart hero, smart strong hero. Mars? Fuck. Visage. Visage? Yeah, oh, Jesus Christ. Where's that axe? Hey, Snailpoop, I believe axe is really expensive. I believe you have to like have 425. It's 425 before you can get the axe. Where is it? Yeah, it's level 425, so it actually costs you something like almost $200 US. Jesus Christ. Alright, I will try to get Jug this game.
Whose band is it? Oh, yours!
Light blue, man, come on, man. You're ranked 2,200, man. Fuck out of here. Respect the rank.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, I agree, Snowpoo. It's quite cool.
10 seconds.
I think this guy still wants to carry. He doesn't respect my rank. I think we can probably do Jug.
Your pick. This is where you remember the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
I'm feeling blue today, I guess. Oops. Let's do blue. I can't change the color. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. There we go. I have a lot of jig sets. I have a lot of swords. Respect my authority. You know what, Snowpoop? I will consider that, but I feel like there's not that many situations where it would be so rare. Although, I mean, it doesn't cost me anything just to add it, I suppose. Well, I'm getting Mjolnir this game. Hello, command desk. That's my secret Lulu-chan. I feel blue every day. You think I'm gonna win, Rianda? Thanks, bud. I don't know if I want the pink sword. Maybe we do golden sword. Nah, let's do pink. Sniper. Earthshaker. Jules, are you high, man? Here you go, I'll play sound effect for you.
It's in the battle.
Prepare for battle!
So you say, Forward.
It's in the bag.
Yeah, we're gonna need Mjolnir. I don't know if I want power treads or phase boots. Power treads or phase boots.
What coward runs?
30 seconds to battle, but feel free to start killing before that.
Hey, let's use the shovel. Dug up a whopping 500 battle points. Nice.
Nice.
Not gonna lie, I think you guys are kind of fucking weird.
Death deal.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
I in the vanguard.
Oh man.
As you wish.
Come on, you fucking block me, Rubik! You shit!
Agreed.
Yeah, I've done Radiant Strike before.
Swiftly.
Why is the map so dark? Because I made it that way. Surprise.
A fine idea. Seems fair. Of course. Denied. On it.
First blood!
First blood. With so much more to come. I go. Run if you can. Attack. Strength is present. You're a loser.
Nice try, bud.
Your death approaches. As you wish. Attack. Paid in kind. You die. Onward. At last. Yeah.
It's better this way.
To battle.
What item should I buy? Well, I'm gonna go Mjolnir, I'm pretty sure. You know, I don't need.
And face me.
You know what? Maybe actually Mantis Steel is good, but only for this guy. I'm not sure if that's a good reason just to buy Mantis Steel.
Already moving. A fine idea.
Maybe it's better just to buy Sanjin Yasha than Mantis Steel.
Yes. You are mine. Look me in the eye. Onward. Forward.
Oh my god, he soloed the Pango. Cocky ass motherfucker.
Of course. You are mine. So you say? Unite. Attack.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Very well. I go.
Don't let him pull like that.
My power inked on it. As you wish.
Holy fucking shit. That's quite fast, huh?
You may copy me with it, but you'll never have my.
I bring my blade.
You should be going for those nicks, not me.
No less than I deserve. It's an honor. I go. Swiftly now.
No, let's go regular boots.
Attack. As you wish. To battle. So you say? Very well. As you wish.
Shut up, dude.
I fight. Your death approaches. You die.
You're gonna pay for that, Earthshaker. You fucking fast shit! Wow, dude!
Yes. My blade. Already moving. I'm under attack.
Okay.
Vengan medio, por favor. 3 medios están.
Onward.
Yeah, man. Whatever.
Agreed. A fine idea.
Are viejo.
Online.
He's so fast, dude.
Coming through. Go.
Killing spree!
You should be honored. Yeah.
Killing spree!
Death dealer. Stand and face me.
Let's see, Wraith Band.
On it.
Wraith Band and Wand.
Run if you can. Look me in the eye. I go.
I don't think I'm gonna go this drums anymore.
Slim pickings. What count runs? So you say? At last.
I'm okay, thanks.
Que un huevón venga a medio, por favor.
Wine.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Es que no sube neta.
Why is minimap so dark? Because I made it dark.
Ayúdame en medio, pues si no.
To battle.
Bueno, después no me lleven ni pincho. No hay verdad free. Han gankeado 2 veces. Está free. Váyanse a la mierda.
Okay.
What count runs? As you wish.
Dark like my heart? What's that supposed to mean? How does someone have a dark heart? Oh shit.
This. They grow. A fine idea. Already moving. Onward.
Where the fuck is this guy? Wah wah.
Now it's time.
Winter Wyvern TP top.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You gonna do something about it or just sit
Los
there?
gankeé, que los mate a recontra de sus Mario.
Oh man.
Hola.
You know, I could have used spin TP there, huh? I'm a fucking idiot. I haven't played Jug in a while, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, I could just use spin TP there.
Yes. Stand and face me.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Radiant fortified their structures.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
As you wish. I fight. Fruits of discipline. Payday. Your death approaches. Looks like it's just you and me. Of course.
Mech! Nice.
I go.
Long enough. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Death dealer. A fine idea.
Bro, empale, 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 empale. Por favor. ¡Hay que levantarlo, viejo! ¡Está mi rayo! ¡Levántalo!
On it.
Dire's putting up a barricade.
Very well. Look me in the eye.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
As you wish.
Vamos arriba, ¿dónde se va? Matamos, matamos.
Yeah.
What up, what up?
So you say? Attack.
Wait, I need crew.
Attack.
Una huevada jugar con ustedes, son.
Practice comes strength. Already moving. I'll take that as tribute.
Activa, enfermito, activa, activa. Es difícil mover un teclado.
As you wish. Very well.
My fucking.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pushamos una línea, por favor, con el Uber que tiene totem.
Dude, honestly, stop that. I have no idea what you're saying. Literally,
Yeah, me
not
neither.
one clue.
The enemy's top
With me, I have griefs.
Don't space for sniper.
Come, I have griefs. Push together.
Okay. I will move something like this.
You live, you live, you live.
Go push.
Stand and face me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fancy feeding you here.
Oh boy. Good thing you didn't run back to your own fucking creeps, man. Good thing you didn't.
Hey, the enemy's top tower
Do some damage, sniper is dead. We have catapult.
Ayuda, puedes venir. Totes
I'm
nomás.
coming with healing word.
Bien,
This team is Kaka?
The bottom tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Healing word down, healing word down. Go.
On over to your bottom tower.
Defiende, negro, te pet. Pivot. Someone to pivot, please.
I will.
Let's play some Dota!
Back.
The enemy's top barracks is fallen.
Yes, Fenrir, I realize Kaka is shit.
Haste. So you say. Attack.
Hardest kill of my life.
Perfect. Run if you can. I fight.
Oh my god.
The top tower needs some help.
Death dealer.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
I'm mid. I'm just pushing this in.
Let's play some Dota!
What you sell.
You die.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault
Bottom's
line.
better.
The top tower needs some help.
Backdoor protection.
Back.
Make.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower.
Okay, blink dagger.
Daga, tiene daga.
To battle.
Dude,
Concha su vida.
man, what are you?
La mierda.
Very well.
Oh man.
Defienda.
He's still chasing.
I bring my blade.
Tiene eco.
Here.
Look me in the eye. Onward.
Oh, shit. Good.
So you say.
I can heal you.
No eco.
Good thing Pango is at
I can heal you. I can heal you.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Forward. On it.
The fuck? How do you get that, dude? No! Oh my god, 1 second on spin.
You did Nyx with us. I'm gonna turn.
Holy fuck, man. What a fucking beastie tank.
Wicked sick! Triple kill!
Oh my god, no one hit him! Oh, the spirit vessel?
attack.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What count that? Agreed.
Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive. Hey, Super Creep! Get your enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Echo Slam.
Barracks are just a sweet memory. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Echo Slam. Oh no, his Blink Dagger. I want my items. Ice Engine Yasha. I like the status resistance. I like the move speed. I like the HP. I mean, I could buy Mantis Style, but why would I buy Mantis Style in this game? I could buy Mantis Style for Pangolier, but that's basically it. Not really the best item. There you go, Snail Poop. That was a well paid. Check it out, yeah. Thank you so much. Oh yeah. Vote Jug. Let's play some Dota. When's this thing with JT's friend happening? I don't know. I'm sure JT will let us know. Okay. Oh yeah, what's my MMR now? Oh, almost 5.8k again. Sweet. I think we're on like a 2 or 3 win streak now. What the fuck? He commended me? This guy's the one trash talking me earlier, wasn't he? Was he trash talking me in Spanish? I'll commend you back, man, but just have no interest in playing the game. EG lost? Fuck! Damn it! Thanks, Rianda. Thanks, BJ. What is this? Oh yeah, now my MMR is actually legit immortal again. No, actually that Rubik flamed me a little bit. I think like Rubik wanted to kill the Earthshaker. He lifted. I wasn't quite ready or in position, but he lifted anyways, and then he ended up dying trying to kill the Earthshaker with me. And then it didn't pan out, and then he said, well played. I mean, that's just a little bit of toxicity. And then there was another point where like I was pushing tier 3 bottom, and then I died, and then he pointed out my respawn timer, which is, once again, a little bit toxic. But I'm okay with that.
Give Fenrir
Bro seems down?
Bro seems down. Hope this cheers him up a bit.
You okay,
Big
Fenrir?
love.
Fenrir? You got a hero request. Free of charge. Courtesy of Mr. Snailpoop. Fenrir is sick. Oh. I see. Nisha too strong. Okay. Am I RTZ fan? Yeah, I'm Canadian. Fenrir sick. Why am I not watching Secret versus EG? Because I prefer to just play Dota 2. I mean, it's entertaining and fun and educational to watch pro games, but not quite as fun as me just playing Dota 2. But I mean, we're waiting for a game, so hey, let's have a look. Team Secret beating the shit out of EG. Clan Geeksmir, thanks for subscribing. Try not to advertise her. Lobby not found. What? Damn, look at this guy. Rank 1, rank 2. So cool. Mid 1 got displaced. Ha 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 ha. Is my dream EG win? I don't care that much, man.
Your turn to ban.
Oh, this guy's really toxic.
5 seconds left.
Trow and Abandoned Band. Those are the two heroes that I wanted to play.
Huh?
Fuck. No, man. Okay, time to play line. Look, I can have a crab claw. Mmm.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Nah, my set is best set. Yep. Still best set. Right, let's read a couple more comments before this game starts. Thanks, Vineet. Pro team asked you to coach them. Would you take it up, Blue? Yes, I would. Alistair mad. Am I using 144 Hz mana? No, I'm not.
Okay.
While you stream for today, might donate towards the very end for a coaching session. Sure, Takuya. You love crab claws? Me too. Carry lion? No? What the fuck? How to get reported? Glad you agree. Hello, Mendoza. Hello? What? English only? Thanks. Hola. Oh, we're heavy on the physical damage. Can I line 4? Can you line 4, or do you want me to swap you? What are you trying to imply? I mean, it could be that he made a typo. Can you
Remember, the goal is
line
to
4?
have
Yes,
fun.
yes, I could.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
I can spend. What the fuck is going on, like, with these two? Actually, these two, I should say. Well, I guess it depends on tier.
Pick Oracle. We can do like a 3-way switch.
This is where you win.
3-way switch? What is going on, man?
You can play your lion, man.
So he wants to play. He actually wants to play line 4.
So good against their comp too. I'll switch with
Yeah. Oh man, I have to be Sven 3 against a fucking Ursa. Ugh, that's disgusting. Yeah, donate first. Yeah, Slice, why don't you donate first? Would you like to do that? Donate first and I'll buy Divine Rapier first item? Thanks, Lulu. Thanks, BJ.
Lord Knight at your service.
Alright, let's go like this.
On guard.
It is in the bag. Prepare for battle!
So it's gonna be Ursa and I believe Warlock top. So there's not much we can do about that, you guys.
Yeah.
Our team fight sucks dick, man. I'm not gonna predict this.
Of course.
Yeah, Sharma, I'll do it in an unranked game. In a turbo game. On my Smurf. Yeah, I'll do it.
Who holds it? Okay. So you say?
What the fuck? There's a Warlock here.
Yes.
30 seconds to showtime!
Oh, I see lots of good digging spots out there. What are we waiting for?
Very well.
We have 2 stuns now. We can get 2 runes up here easy.
Just stop distracting me, man.
On the way. Good enough.
This one's for all the mobs. Mobs right off, Al.
I have waited long enough. A good choice.
Lark was trying to ward. Yeah.
Why not? My code compels me. Agreed. Mm-hmm. Right. To battle. That's right. Aye.
One here, Dora. He wants to play really aggressive.
Yes. Run if you can. I claim the right. Good idea. You shall not.
Did Warlock put down his ward? I don't know. Probably. He should have.
Good enough.
I don't really care where he put it, to be quite honest with you.
Never yet. On the way.
Kill him.
Never cross me.
Oh my goodness, I missed that one.
Yes.
Come on, Lion. Dude. He pulled, dude.
Aye.
How can you let him do that?
My strength increases. Forward. By the outcast.
Oh my god!
Hand it over. Agreed.
What the fuck, man? Oh my. This line is screwing me up, dude.
Right.
Hey, boots? Yeah, that boots yet.
Why not? So you say? Smoke weed.
Ah! I shouldn't have right clicked that creep.
Okay. Ah! It's only proper. I can do no less.
Did Ursa and I just high five each
Can I wait
other?
on the courier, please?
At last, denied.
Can you do that? Is that a thing?
To battle. Yes, more. My code compels me. Good idea. Ah,
Oh, there's a BH here. I see what's going on.
He's alone.
that's right.
First blood!
Aye.
Ah, god damn it! It's fucking clarity! Ah, Jesus Christ.
Very well.
Fucking Warlock and his goddamn clarity.
I fight. Yes. Yes. I'll do it.
No!
Good choice.
I'm pulling the next one.
Anyone else getting lag on the stream?
Bow down.
Radiant's courier has been
What?
too stupid to live.
What?
Too beautiful to die.
Aye.
It's alright. Didn't know it's damage.
No lag. Oh, it was just you, Vinny. I mean,
Feel
Tiger.
my Never yet.
How are they both level 4? What?
A good choice. Good idea. Die now.
Can't go for down.
Nah, he got confused and shit.
Very proper. Good enough.
I'm good.
I don't have mana.
Yes.
I don't have mana.
I claim the right. I can do this.
I can buy it for you.
I fight.
What the fuck, man?
Can we kill him?
On the way.
I'm dispelling his.
That's right.
Fucking Ursa. I hate Ursa players.
So use it.
Back. Careful mid. I'm coming to ward in a bit.
Why not? Where's the started? To battle.
Yeah, you can drop off a self or something.
Guy's putting up a barricade.
I'll do it.
Drop off a self. I can TP mid.
Holy shit.
You even watching
Nah,
it?
man, I'm not gonna chase that.
Oh my god, dude.
I don't know if Orb of Venom cancel salves.
The middle tower is under attack.
So it's better not to take the risk, simply because I don't know. Holy
alright,
fucking
it's alright.
attack speed.
Yes.
Yeah, but Fanny, that's a really good question. So I just wait for it to end, you know? I don't have to take the risk.
Good idea.
You shitty, just kill the crew. I'm okay, guys, I'm okay.
Oh.
Coming?
I'll do it. Yes. That's right. Feel my pain. Not yours. Right. Why not? Aye. Run if you can.
Doesn't have mana.
Killing spree!
That's a rage buyback. Oh man.
Dominate!
Or is it? We got a kill out of
There's
it.
no mana.
But I guess that was good.
Oh, nice.
You seriously gonna chase me, man? Go ahead.
He got it just for me. What?
Okay.
Lads, man.
Your middle tower's under attack!
Heavy rune.
I'll grab top 10 minerals.
Has fallen.
Good enough.
Count. I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. I'm coming, I'm coming.
I can do no less.
漂亮.
I'll take that.
No high five rip. Should have picked Meepo. That's true. Hi Ursa. High five, bro. You wanna dive me, bro?
Not yet. Very well. To battle.
Put him bottom.
Never cross.
He's dry, he's dry.
He has his ultimate though.
I'm afraid. I'll do it.
Put him back. Oh, wait.
Do it proper.
What, dude? We can turn.
Ah! Fuck, I missed last hit.
There's no ulti.
Killing spree!
You know, I'm so happy with this phase boot purchase because I actually really needed it to survive against the Ursa. If I had gone power treads, you know, I just died Ursa in lane. 100%.
It's fine, you're not behind on levels. That's a big thing.
Oh my god! Calculated.
Kill. Slow him.
Thank god I bought this fucking phase boots. Saving my ass since 2019.
Just keep track of the wind. Sorry, the
Tower is under attack!
A good choice. Agreed.
You know what? I'm even gonna buy a windlace. Yep. Just for that extra move speed to get away from this Pugna and this Ursa.
The top tower is under attack!
Should I be going bottom?
Dig in and defend that sucker!
Right.
Does he have ultimate? Does Pan have ultimate?
Tower is under attack!
What the fuck? I missed, dude! Wow.
Die now.
Holy shit. Oh, we have Pierre.
Killing spree! Double kill! Top tower! Oh, there better be something called the fortification!
Oh god. Oh yeah, oh.
The bottom tower is under attack!
He's dead.
help.
You're dead, bro. You're dead! Your ears hurt now, Sharma?
It's kinda bad.
Good.
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
But a scratch.
Oh yeah,
Your
maybe we go.
bottom tower's
Oh,
kinda bad.
do I go
Dire structures
Crimson
are
Guard?
At last.
I don't know, man.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Bow down. Feel my blade. By the shattered hands.
Ah!
Forward. Of course. It's more. Aye.
Oh fuck! See you later, friends.
On the way.
Keep pushing this. Keep pushing.
These fuckers, man. See this win, they saved me.
Grinding 15-minute rule.
Never yet.
No, he's top.
The BH might be here.
By the outcast blade.
Motherfucker. I'm so fast.
Wish
fulfilled.
This guy's dead.
Killing
dead.
spree.
Good idea.
The fuck?
To battle. I grow by degrees. Attack. Very well. Yeah.
Oh, sniper, you want this farm? All yours, bud. Or do we get the kill? This might be rewarded. What the fuck? What the fuck? Just don't understand what he's trying to do.
Good choice.
Ooh, flashy courier.
Run if you can.
Mixture, mostly magical, physical, mixture, magical. What the? Man.
My code compels.
Dominate.
Right on.
I'm okay. I have one.
The bottom tower is under attack.
I'm mana though. Oh shit.
Kill. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Wait, Poppy.
What the?
I'll do it. So
They're
use
trying
it.
to
I don't have my
knock down
ulti.
your tower.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Panda still has his ultimate, I think.
Look, the enemy's
There's not a whole lot you
attacking
can do
your
about
middle
that, you guys.
tower. Don't let 'em do that.
Can blink dagger. Okay, Ursa's got
One
blink.
less middle tower now, by the way.
On the way.
Oh, we're making a play.
It's all proper.
I'm just gonna ward.
Okay.
I can do no less.
My smoke broke here. Well, they have Panda ult, but they don't have Warlock ult.
Yo, can we kill Gandhi?
We can try.
Good enough.
Where the fuck you go? You fucking went this way.
Very well.
Never mind, never mind.
Run if you can.
Top tower is under attack.
Get away from here, get away from here, down here.
Sword of discipline. Yes.
Dominate.
Oh man, it's a death trap. The win lasts the face boost, man.
Top tower needs some help. You gonna do something about it, or just sit there and be funny?
Yes.
Your top tower.
I don't have sentry. I don't have sentry.
Forward.
Oh man, this game is hard.
Goodbye, top tower.
Why not? Of course. Never yet.
Mendoza, are you a bitch? You give up easy, bro? Cause it looks like you give up
Do
easy.
it proper. Good idea.
He does have teammates
I'm up,
around.
dude.
Watch the green one.
That's right.
I'm up again.
Okay, Panda, your ult's gone. Man, I can't get farm. I respect this PA's farm.
Okay.
Just farmed. Okay, you don't want to farm? I'll farm.
I fight. Feel my blade.
What?
On the way. Wait a bit. Never cross me. Aye. Good enough.
This might be an illusion of brew.
My code compels me.
Did this smoke just break immediately?
Ah. Mm-hmm. Ah.
Pugna put down his ward. Here. Man, this entire game is just me running around fucking on the edge of feeding. And somehow I only die once. How about pipe? I'm thinking about pipe.
Do it proper.
The only thing is, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, pipe's still a good item.
By the shattered helm.
Man, our draft's team fighting capabilities is so shit. PA, worst team fighter in the game. Sniper, also one of the worst team fighters in the game.
Okay.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
In real?
Get sick.
Holy shit.
Yeah, every time you go up that hill, you die.
We only got like 2 here.
Nah, I don't want to fight this.
Oh.
No, not this time. Oh man, oh god. I picked Lion to be fair, right? I first picked Lion. These guys are the ones who wanted Sven, Sniper, PA. Oh man, I died. Lion! What are you doing?
What?
He's AFK. Oh.
We can defend it, I mean.
Well, Ursa wants to blink.
Tower is under attack. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
You know, I actually do want the pipe.
Kind of bad. Your bottom tower just took a dirt.
Oh, fucking shit.
Your bottom barracks are under attack.
Good idea.
Don't do something.
I'm okay,
You know
thanks.
what's good for you.
Right.
Dominate.
Oh,
Good choice.
Look at this teepee. I had TP to do nothing.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Oh, get me out of this scheme. Our draft sucks dick. I don't want to play.
Bad news.
I don't want to play. I don't want to play. I don't want to play.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
I do not want to play. How do you even win this shit? Why did I TP? So that I can fucking get a good position, even if it saves me only 1 second. I need some winnable Herald games. I don't know, Namdod, I feel like I fall asleep in this kind of games. Alright, carries, go farm. Buy fucking BKB or some shit. Thanks. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
I can do no less.
Go, go, go. Fight him. Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude.
Killing spree.
And oh, this draft is so fucking bad. Wow, just so bad.
Oblivion.
We can't win with this draft. It's just too fucking garbage. Seriously, you put PA and Sniper on the same team? Worst team fighting heroes in the game. They don't do anything. They both just right click. That's it.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm ready to AFK.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm down to let this end.
Yes.
XD.
Why not?
No! Aw. XD. Get me out of here. I'm gonna. Oh god, I don't want to play.
Double kill.
Yo guys, our draft sucks dick. We got PA and Sniper on the same team. Two farm intensive heroes. Yeah. Oh yeah, Fenrir's not here, eh?
Your top tower.
Just need the fucking courier. Okay, man. You guys ruined it.
Your middle tower's under attack.
On guard.
You're back.
The top tower has fallen.
I mean, two farm intensive
Your
beneath.
middle tower has fallen.
My face.
Your top barracks are under attack. Your ancient is under attack. Monster kill! Your ancient is under attack. He ain't lying. Unstoppable! Radiant ancient is nothing but trouble. Dire take it all the way.
Blame the host.
Okay. Thanks, Lulu. We outdrafted them? Nah. I don't believe this. God. Ugh. What a shit game. Yeah. I was farming just fine in the beginning, right? Okay, I wasn't doing that well. Pierre was doing okay. Sniper is a little bit behind Pugna. I'm a little bit behind Panda. I don't know, man. What do you want me to do? I mean, we're doing okay. Actually, this Pugna's shitting on this sniper. Yeah, so mid lost. Was PA a bad pick? Well, it depends who picked first. Whoever picked second between Sniper and PA is the worst pick, in my opinion. So then that would be Sniper's fault. Let's see. They had 7th pick Pugna, and then we 8th pick Sniper. Yeah, so I mean, I just feel like... Pick 12? What the fuck? Sometimes it bugs out. That's right, Lulu. Hey, Fenrir. I don't know if you know this, but Mr. Snail Poop donated a game for you so that you can play whatever you want.
Ooh, you get to
or I'll choose the hero that you want to see.
5 seconds left.
Sometimes there are 5 or 6 games, yes. I did see that game that you linked.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Traveler is banned! Fuck! This is the PA from last game. I think he was in the last game too. That's the Sniper from last game.
10 seconds.
I can play 1, 4, 5 if someone wants one. Holy shit! Wow, is this a Smurf? MVP. Rampage. It's a Smurf. Okay, so this guy's probably at least 7k, 8k Smurf. Hi, Faisal. I can't even pick Drow for you, Storm. Well, we can go back to trusty old Ursa. Oh,
You know what to
second
do.
pick anti-mage.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Let's get some support picks going on. Yeah, so blue's probably at least 7k, guys, so that feels pretty good, but I mean, they're gonna counter pick him pretty hard, as you can see already. I think I play Ursa and I just jump on this anti-mage. So someone who lanes well against LC
What?
and also
Huh?
counters anti-mage.
10 seconds.
Okay.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Okay. I think they need some kind of team fighter. They haven't picked the mid hero yet, so some kind of team fighting mid. Even Lina or something like that. Lina? TA. Doesn't TA suck against Undying? Okay. All right, there's this taunt. Oh man, level 563. Jesus Christ. That's like, how much would that cost in terms of battle pass levels? Like $250 US? Jesus, fuck that. Fucking ridiculous.
Come not Near the dark woods where my kindred sleep. Fangs bared. Like the hoods of my enemies. This one isn't that bad. Set upon them.
No drums this game. I'm gonna buy blink. I don't blink on top of anti-mage. Oh, look at the mind games. He's not even putting down the ward. He's looking for them to put down the ward.
To all my cubs and kindred, it is most definitely.
Penrith, did you choose the hero you want to see?
30 seconds to showtime. If you're not already heading somewhere, now's the time to start.
He missed. Oh, did he? Oh no, he didn't miss. So it should be.
They're here. Who calls me?
Yeah, BH.
Fiercely now.
I can grab theirs.
The battle begins.
Ah, TA's here.
We must meet this threat head on. Set upon them. Your blood is mine.
Get back, just get back.
Right.
There's 4 bottom. We only got 1 rune? There's 4 bottom, we only get 1 rune?
Right. Seek the foe. We fight as one.
First blood.
Go to. For the cubs. Interloper. Join with me.
Voy a pulear.
Wow, man, so blatant.
Yes.
You see that shit? No, no, no.
Ahí, manténla ahí. Bueno. Acá la torre, acá la torre.
Against all strife. Trinkets.
No shame, you know?
The enemy is near. Let them see our teeth. Come near. Claws out. For the forest. Tracks of intruders.
Tiene maná, lo puedes matar. Le pide 100 su maná, tiene 70.
Attack. Yes. Set upon them. Let them calls me.
Invisibility.
Yes. Against all strife.
You're back.
We fight as one.
What the fuck? Oh my god.
Set upon them. Fiercely now. Gold and sweet. Tracks of
Sucker.
intruders.
Oh.
It is a fact that I'm being stream sniped.
What?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Yes. Honey from the comb. Right.
God, fuck.
Join with me.
Very nice.
Oops, I ate that too early.
Yes. Seek the foe.
Winter Wyvern's bottom.
For the forest.
Gonna shrine.
Fangs bared.
Stupendous.
Go to. Take heed.
Nice.
The enemy is near. Another swatted down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Set upon them.
If anyone asks what's up with the minimap, just tell them, okay?
Seek the foe. Against all strife. Yes. Fall upon them. Yes. Fangs bared. Right.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
I am getting a second wind.
Go fight.
Go to.
Radiant structures are fortified.
We fight as one.
Let the fun begin. Oh! I'm over here.
Now.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower
Nice job.
is it's gone.
Good job, Storm.
Double kill.
in your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Forest.
Wow.
Push mid.
Tracks of intruders. Join with
Level
me.
8, man.
Yes. For the cubs. On notice. Yes. Claw them under. Sit upon them. Push them back.
Regresa, regresa al Legion, Legion. No, Legion. Gol.
This guy, oh, like I said, this guy's at least 7k.
Who calls me?
Yo voy por las bondis. Ustedes pushen. Toca.
I'll grab bottom bandies.
Go to. Gold and sweet. A gift from the tempest of battle.
Oh my god.
Sit upon them. I'm not ready. Let them see.
I'm okay.
Push.
Glimpse.
I'm not ready. The fight is won. It's not time yet. Not yet.
Dire structures are fortified.
Thanks, Baird.
Killing spree!
Yes.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
It's not time yet. Attack! Set upon them. Right. We will. For the forest. Your blood is mine. Tracks of intruders. I'll rend get back. It's not time yet. Take heed.
What does that mean, Disruptor?
Come near. The enemy is near.
TA combat.
Okay.
Against all strife.
Push mid.
Whoa, what'd I miss? Yes. Interloper.
Going.
Interloper.
How can he cast it so quickly, man? Is that the cooldown for that? Shit.
Seek the foe.
My bad.
Yeah, it's all good.
Claws out. Yes. I'm not ready.
Dominating!
Honey from the comb. Join with me.
What did they say about big black mics?
They're here.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Your
No, F presionado para que el anti-mage no farme nada, por favor. Estamos juntos.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Push bot, push bot.
Get by,
Okay.
sweet tower. You won't be missed.
Yes.
Esto. Acá, ven bot.
Who calls me? Not yet.
Oh my goodness.
They're here. Right. Yes.
Bounty.
Claws out.
No, back.
I'm not ready. It's not time yet. Stupendous.
Ya, go bot, push. Directo. Alguien, son
First.
Tú.
Take heed. Another swatted down. Yes. Blast of intruders. Set upon them. We fight as one. Join with me.
Aye! Oh god, I'm gone. Good. Wasn't sure we get that one.
I'm under attack.
Guy is putting up a barricade.
Let them see.
Back.
I want a shrine. Can I shrine?
Against all strife. I'm not ready. Rifles. Fangs bared.
Hi!
Fiercely now. Sit upon them. Go to. Yes. Sit upon them.
Storm doesn't think this is a good idea, guys.
Fangs bared.
Back.
Yeah, that's good.
Join with me.
TD?
Not yet. The war village.
Ahí tiene su santuario, vete. Back. Cuidado.
Set upon them.
Mega kill.
Oh shit. Oh man.
Dan tu pelea, Dan.
Top tower is under attack.
Seek the foe.
They're all at Roshan or some shit? Where the fuck they go? They were all here. Are they doing Roshan? That is interesting.
Intruders. Yes. Another swatted down. We will. Right. The enemy is near.
Fuerza.
I think I'll grab bottom bounty rinse.
Fiercely now. Let them see out the old and sweet.
Tiene da, cuidado, cuidado. Dejen tiene da.
Interloper. We fight as one. For the forest. I'm not ready. Yes.
No se junte.
The bottom tower is under attack.
The enemy is near.
Killing spree! Unstoppable! The bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Yep. I don't have a light steal. I can't do this.
Go to. We fight as one.
Did I just see BH? No, I didn't.
Push them back. Fiercely now.
Hi, Gabriel. Hell no, Fik.
Cómprame mi mecan, Soda, compra todo, Dios. Ya te apoyé lo suficiente.
Fenrir, what is he saying?
Toca nomás sacar los mecans.
Whatever, I just buy this.
Yes.
Pyramid.
Vamos.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Who calls me? Take heed. Things bad.
¿Fuerza Roche?
Yes.
Seek the foe. Set upon them. Set upon them.
Oh.
Attack.
What the fuck, man?
Yes.
Okay.
Canadian called it the fortification.
Push.
Join with me. For the cubs. Your blood is mine.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be. And over here, man, you have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Oh, fight, fight.
Forest.
Puta, mandate más atrás, pe. Te están diciendo a ti todo, weón. Dale.
Stupendous!
Enemy's middle tower is no more. You even watching your top tower?
Tenemos rollo, ¿no? O ellos, pues. O no, ahí no tenemos.
Set upon them. It's
Your
not
top
time
tower
yet.
is under attack.
Push them back.
Ah, okay, okay, okay.
Not yet. Who calls me?
Oh,
Staging a comeback!
Double kill. Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Wouldn't have.
holy fuck, this storm is so good, dude.
Double kill.
He's still fighting?
Bajate todo, bajate. Solo la romperon. Y de pronto, la concha de tu madre, posiciónate bien. Todo el rato se están abusando, weón.
Do I ever buy Desolator on Ursa? Yeah, I do.
Does the battle still rage? The enemy is near. Yes. Cold and sweet. Right. Tracks of intruders.
Regeneration!
Oh my god, they might have seen that smoke. I think they did.
It's not time yet.
Yeah, she's still not dead? What the fuck, dude? Oh my god, none of them died. Wow. None of them died, dude. Disruptors made so many mistakes this game.
Against all strife.
We use a lot of cooldowns.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Your bottom tower has fallen.
For the forest. Fangs bared.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Hey, the enemy's top tower is gone. Done good. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Tracks of intruders. Sit upon them. Honey from the comb.
DDLC? By the way, I don't know what item I'm gonna get yet.
Go to.
Bot.
He's gone, dude.
You see now. I'm not ready. Take heed.
¿Cuándo será el día que vayamos juntos, weón? No sé.
Kara, can we get back from bottom? God, dude. No, this is not a good fight, guys. You fuck, man! I don't want to play! I don't want to play this game! Not a good fight, guys.
Hijo de perra, seca toda tu perra vida, vas a ser un puto. ¿Te das cuenta la diferencia que hay cuando vamos de 5? ¿Se dan cuenta? Hijos de la gran puta.
Please, please, please.
Lindo.
Hey, 2 catapults. There's 2 catapults, okay?
Bottom shrine is under attack. Guy is stretching the fortress.
Oh, I see. That makes sense.
Pretty good move, if you ask me. Your top tower is under attack.
Que se pague.
Bottom shrine is under attack. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a fire. The top tower is
What the fuck is going on?
Stop it! That's not bottom shrine is under attack. Top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Back. Bacano, pero nadie que vea. Puxa, mierda.
Right.
Hello, top tower. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Bottom barracks is falling.
Hi! Stop.
I'll rend their flesh.
Wow.
Over here now.
I'm not ready.
So what, man? Who gives a shit?
It's not time yet. Attack. They're here. It's not time yet. Your blood is mine.
¡Qué duelo! Nice. Brownies. Going.
Oh, Roshan's back up.
Go rush, go rush.
Go to.
Stupendous.
Not yet.
Yo, you fucking dead, you bitch! Magic stick, motherfucker! Yeah, criticize my magic stick all game. Good cheese.
Not yet.
He's trash talk my magic stick, man. Yo, I need some mana.
Top, top.
Seriously now.
No te mueras. Solo rompa.
The enemy's top barracks is falling.
No, my cheese! Oh no! I wait too long to use it.
Back. Back in.
Dominate! Double kill!
¿Por qué te metes, weón?
Oh, Storm, it's all up to you, man. It's not catapult wave, so it should be okay. Yes, that one creep.
Nice.
Oh, how are they gonna push through this? Hi, Jocelyn. Oh, I guess Anti-Mage just eats it all up, huh? Fucking late game Storm, motherfucker.
The top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Here I am.
A short meter snap. Seek the foe.
That's fake, dude.
Yes.
Back to protection still.
Push bot.
Take heed. Who calls me? Not yet.
No entres, por favor. Vaquea. Solo va.
I'm not sure what the fuck this guy's talking about. Oh, dude.
Por eso te ganó 2 partidas, perra concha de tu madre. Y espero que pierdas esta huevada, pues huevada.
I need BKB, actually, now that TA bought Orchid. Man, this Storm Spirit is so good.
Over here now. Over here now. Now over here.
Holy shit. Good thing he's got Aegis. Oh wait, he doesn't have Aegis? Must have just expired.
Bye. No esperaba nada de ese derrota, porque es una bestia.
What, not your job or something?
Looking for me?
I don't need this.
Set upon them. Here I am. Against all strife. Yes. It's not time yet. Attack. Claws out.
Tiene gema. Junta el buyback nomás ahora.
Let them see our teeth.
Cuidado. Push bot.
Yes.
¿Estás pagado? Qué asco, weón.
Easy now.
Yo Rockdog, todo adelante, métete adelante acá. Tú te metes adelante y iniciamos la pelea. Ursa, no te separes.
Okay. Angle.
Anticípalo, go. Concha tu vida. Ya. Esta es una bestia, ¿ven? Te digo. Bestia de mierda. Push. Con la gema.
Set upon them.
Mejor.
The enemy is near.
Ya, yo muero, suelto 2 tupas, pushean todo nomás. Solo push.
Let them see our teeth. That's better. Yes.
Hey,
Fuck. Solo pushen, solo pushen.
Yeah.
Wonder what idiot.
Ah, cool. Stop. Stop. Mega, tenemos que sacar a Mega.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh, no está ya, me llegó, pues.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Yes.
Push. Ya, tenemos Mega,
Double kill.
Anthony is up.
Seek the foe
Boy.
for the forest.
Okay.
Invisibility. Tracks have been
Son dos, bueno.
Yeah, refresher shard?
fiercely now.
No.
Well, guys, I think we're basically good now.
Stupendous attacks. Fangs bared. We fight as one.
Push.
Let them see our teeth.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. How many of those things are there?
You know what, Lulu, you're too useful that one day when you're not here, I'm not even gonna write down the H time anymore. Even though that's a great habit to have. Where am I? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Man, I told you that Storm Spirit, man. He's fucking so good.
Storm Spirit.
Job, Stan. Shame Phantasm doesn't stack. Stack with... Oh, you mean with Refresher? Why did I make it small again? Oh, you like it big, do ya? Yeah, that Storm Spirit's so good. I knew when he first picked Storm, I'm like, this guy's either gonna be absolutely great, or this is gonna be a disaster. Oh man, this guy stream sniped me. Who the fuck is this guy? Jesus. You know what it is, Namdota? I'm pretty sure he's actually a... I'm not sure if he's a tier 1 player, but maybe a tier 2 player. And sometimes, like, yeah, players like Arteezy. Actually, I used to watch a lot of Arteezy stream. And even on his 9k account, he just fucking first picked TP. Straight up, man. Like, because, like, they're preparing for these tournament games where, like, they know they're going to be counter-picked. So they need to play a difficult pub game, right? So they... Yeah, I watched Arteezy's stream one time, and he just first picked TB. Like 4 times in a row, just straight up. So I'm like, damn, these guys are so damn good. Here I am, all scared to get counterpicked and shit, but these guys are just way too next level. Oh, hey Winter Wyvern, are you watching? Don't stream snipe me, man, please. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Fenrir, do you have a hero request? Hero request. Hossein, are you trying to be cool, man? You're probably just like a teenage wannabe gangster, man. It's really not that cool. Okay. Okay, bud. Good job, Jocelyn. What a nice Canadian way not to ask someone not to stream snipe. Well, you're gonna be kind, right? I've never seen you get scared of getting counterpicked. You still destroy everyone. Oh, thanks, BJ. What a sweetheart. Yeah, yeah, I don't mind having difficult rules on my team. Yeah. Somebody's got to do the hard job, right? Monkey King for donation. You're Russian. Am I happy because you're Russian? I do not give a shit.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out. 5 seconds left.
I want to play Drow. Don't ban Drow. Don't ban. Oh, or Drow's banned every game, man.
Your pick now. You know what to do.
Anyone play mid? Who's the one who stream sniped me last game? I know he's the Winter Wyvern. His name is Breezy R, right? Okay, he's on this game, is he? No, he's not. Ooh, we're safe. New environment. I hope it goes well, Jocelyn. Assistant engineer. Assistant engineer?
Remember,
or assistant to the engineer?
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Anyone play mid? You? I am not a good mid. I prefer 1, 4, 5. You didn't study engineering? Oh, so assistant to the engineer. Am I right?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
All right, I guess I have to play mid this game, guys. It looks like. When are you gonna play Jungle Expedition? When I figure it out. Oh god.
5 seconds
Alright,
left.
let's just play Lina then. Did that Hossein guy try to be all thug life, teenage gangster again, thinking he's cool? Did he just try it again? Jesus. Oh, why don't we just ban him then? Jeez. See, like that guy, he's just too stupid. Ban him out, boys. And girls. Hey man, I know you're 13 and you think that, hi, are you gay? But actually you just sound like a retard. And people don't like you and you behave that way.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
It might be Chorus Ven. Okay.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
How do you think Lina sleeps with her hair on fire? Maybe in a pool of water. Perhaps some ice. Maybe she just goes to the North Pole. You know? Creates her own little swimming pool. Okay. Alright, let's go like this. Tangos and words, please. Come on, give your mid fucking tangos and words, immortal players.
I'm on fire.
You were missing Alina Immortal, am I?
On it.
Seriously, I don't get.
Fortune and glory await.
This guy's practiced this a lot. Clearly. Guys, I don't get any Tangos rewards.
It's in the bag.
It's in the bag.
It's in the bag.
Yes. Like a wildfire.
Alina Immortal. Load
Hey,
it.
little buddy, it's in the
Oh,
bag.
that
Believe
one.
in you, Necro or Nature.
Oh,
you got this.
the shoulder thingy? Oh, so I am, huh? Huh, $139. That's disgusting.
I go like the blazes.
Ain't nobody got time or money for that inane shit.
Opa, he's done it. Hold on.
30 seconds to showtime. I love
Alright, why not?
watching him skip around out there.
Is he not? He's just gonna stay here?
We already won, bro.
Burn a path.
I would much rather pay my bills and buy 3 weeks worth of food for the same amount of money.
We're not getting this room back out.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh wait, we have Alina. Never mind, I'm a fucking idiot.
I always wanted
Hey,
to
fucking
see an
idiot.
ancient fall. Nah, that stuff's overrated.
Well, you missed your stunts though.
Hey,
The whole world.
you miss every shot you don't take.
Yes.
You're not wrong.
2 runes?
Oh yeah.
No. No.
Time to hot foot it. Heat wave. Light 'em up.
Fuck you.
Like a wildfire. Warms my heart. Attack!
Ah!
Getting warmer. I'm going. Slashing.
Oh, what a nice pull. Fucking next level shit.
Quick. Open fire.
Man, I don't get fucking tangos. Mortal game.
Yes. Yes. My flame burns brighter. Time to hot foot it. Scorch 'em.
NP.
Blazes. Hot loot. To battle.
God, dude.
Bro, you need to help me get these range hits, man. We can't have every single range shoot getting denied.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Oh my
God, he got it again.
Beautiful to die.
This guy's good, man. Good job, entry.
Heat wave.
Oh,
Heat wave.
mangoed. I thought he was going for it.
Burn a path. Burn 'em up. Yes.
I need that bottle as soon as possible.
Bringing the heat. Fuel for my fire. Quick.
Oh fuck, Pudge with Invis rune, man.
Wait on courier. Thanks.
To battle. Fire away. Yes. I'm going. Denied. Burn them all. Oh yeah. Like a wildfire. Time to hotfoot it.
Oh, yes. Oh.
Bottling fire. Heat wave.
Hey, I'm bottom, okay? Get ready to kill these guys.
I'm going.
Actually, I want to buy boots while I'm here too.
In your armor. Yes.
May as well.
They're trying to knock down your killing spree.
Swell. Time to hotfoot it. Getting warmer. Burn a bountiful. Yes.
Oh, farmers camps.
Regeneration. Burn them all. I go like the blazes. Not yet.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
To battle.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Away.
There was something about it, or just sit there looking funny.
I think someone should purchase Observer. That's how I felt at the beginning of this game.
On it. Open fire. Like a wildfire. To battle. Time to hotfoot it. Yes. I go like the blazes. I'm going. Scorch 'em.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Burn a path. Yes. Heat wave. Light 'em up.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Do I get Yules this game? I think we do.
Quick.
Nice. Good reaction.
Bringing the heat. Oh yeah.
Shining top.
Like a wildfire. Helter
Are you
Skelter.
even watching your top tower?
Yes.
You guys knew they have a fucking alchemist, right?
Your top tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Money to burn. Time to hotfoot it. Heat wave. Quick. Yes. To battle.
Bro, don't block the camp, man. Pay attention to your trees.
Burn a path.
Oh, I stacked it for him.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's hot.
Pudge and
I'm going.
Sven are both missing.
Your middle tower's under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
On it. Yes.
I think Pudge TP'd.
Quick.
Killing spree!
I may have lost this game.
Coin for me.
In you go.
Wait, on career?
Like a wildfire. To battle.
The top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on. The top tower is under attack.
For real? For real, man.
Divine.
That hurts.
Wait, just wait, okay? Wait.
Scorch 'em. Temperature rising. I go like the blazes.
Hey, BH, I'm coming.
Heat wave.
Don't take CS. I need to regen.
Oh yeah.
The top tower is under attack.
I'm going.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. He'll be fine. As long as that top tower don't fall. All right,
Nice.
Burn a path.
I'm not gonna chase Pudge.
On it. Yes.
Wow, I wasn't even like dodging or shit. Just fucking miss it.
To battle.
Oh shit!
Like a wild.
Suddenly two fatties.
I'm going. Regeneration. Quick.
dominate.
Yo, they have vision here.
Burn them all. Yes. Oh yeah. Fire away. Heat wave.
Let's take mid tower.
Okay.
The blazes.
Nice.
I'm gonna try to save this for Alchemist if he shows up.
Time to hot.
Radiant
Wow.
in the fortification.
On it. Like a wildfire.
Oh, there he is.
No malingering.
I'm going.
Keep punching them bombs.
It's not time.
Alright, we're gonna get top off that.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Helter Swelter.
Lena, are you? What kind of boots are you building? Are you gonna stick to
Boots to
ground
travel.
boots? Okay, I'll go grease.
Okay.
Later, but not.
Oh god. Oh man.
Double damage.
Oh my god, look at this Nature's Prophets build. How old am I? I'm 30 years old.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty manageable.
Oh yeah.
Fuck is Pudge?
Time to hotfoot it. Legal tinder. Quick. Yes.
The seeds of fortune.
Heat wave. Blazes.
Wow.
Attack. Slash and burn.
Wait, courier.
Time to hotfoot it.
What the fuck, man?
I'm going.
Man, I was buying items, dude.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, he's really farmed.
Is it me? Or is it getting hot in here?
Hey, welcome back.
Quick. Heat wave. Warms my heart. Yes. Open fire. Bring in the heat. Burn up high.
Let me initiate. Go.
Alright.
I'm not ready. All fired up. Oh yeah.
My fucking courier was so close. God
You're
damn.
right, go back.
Enemy's middle tower just hit the dust. That'll show him.
Light him up.
Oh, there's nothing here.
Oh yeah. Something for a cold day. Illusion.
Alright, recall bounty. I need to get my pipe.
Quick. Yes. Fuel for my fire. To battle. Time to hotfoot it. Yes. Burn a path.
It's fucking gay.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
My god, this guy is so fucking annoying, and I love it.
I go like the blazes. Burn them up. On it.
Oh fuck, I don't have my Yules in my inventory, jeez.
Like a wild.
Where's the Alchemist anyways? I haven't seen Alchemist in a long time.
Burn a path.
You know, some people complain about this dark mini-map, but to be quite honest with you, I actually quite prefer it. Pudge is bottom, Pudge bottom.
Quick. Yes.
Run, you're gonna... Just run, just run.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
What the? Oh, he got caught.
You go. I go like the blazes. Time to hot foot. Yes.
Oh man, the courier gave me away!
Burn them all. Nothing to
Oops.
burn. Like a wildfire. I'm going. Warmer.
Your middle tower's under attack.
On it.
Nicely done, Phil.
Quick.
Comment.
Trying to get to you, man.
Yes.
Double kill.
Yes.
Go. Oh, gosh.
Help.
Double kill.
Really hoping to use that on the Necro, or on the Alchemist.
Burn a path. I go like the blazes. Oh yeah.
I don't know if I can save that guy from that, man.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hey, back, Necros. I can get out really easy.
Okay.
Like a wild.
You know, unless they happen to be carrying dust.
Nah, I'm really speedy.
You want that regen, buddy?
No, I have Boots Child. Thanks though.
Alright, I'll deny it.
Time to hot foot it. Heat wave. Bringing the heat. I'm going. Fire away.
This fucking guy. I don't know what to say, man.
Wildfire.
What's Maelstrom cost? 700. Okay, real close.
I'm going. Attack. Oh yeah. I'm not ready.
Got my eye on top.
Ah!
Holy shit, man.
This guy's so annoying, and I love it.
I'm
The
not
top tower needs some help.
You know they're fucking pissed right now.
Oh yeah.
What has this guy gotten us? Like 400 gold so far? 500?
heat wave.
Spree!
Yes.
Oh god.
Well, you know what? You gotta pay a price for that kind of thing.
Time yet. I'm under attack.
Summon me.
Alright.
Time to hot
Speedy. Speedy.
to battle.
I mean, you already have 500 movement speed, but okay.
Open fire.
The bottle charges, man.
Ah.
Not yet. Quick. Yes.
Bountiful.
Huh.
More bounties?
Yes.
Easy.
Ooh, your
Ruin
bottom
this alchemist's
tower's
life?
Kinda bad.
I'm here for a gift, Lena.
Okay. Thanks.
So welcome.
Burn them up. Burn a path.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty.
Do we win late
manageable.
game? That troll? Okay, good.
Oh yeah.
It's not troll. Hey, Necros.
Yeah, they got vision here. We're dead.
Are we? Oh man, that hook. Jesus, we're dead. You're right. My bad, my bad.
Damn. I tried so hard, too.
Why did I buy Maelstrom? To do more damage? Oh man, so greedy. I saw 3 top, but I didn't think that so many of them could appear bottom that quickly.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Alchemist is there, yeah. Pure Soul.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done. Ooh, your bottom tower.
It was really farmed though, so
Your bottom tower is falling.
that's good. Yeah, he's really farmed actually. That's good.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
How tall am I? 190 centimeters.
Cut the wave, please.
Dude, our troll is crazy farmed. I wonder if he's gonna fight ever.
Your bottom tower's gone.
On it.
Yo, they're splitting up, man.
Heat wave.
Dominate.
Quick. Yes.
I do not care to see that dark gray.
Nature?
Dude, man, he's so dedicated.
Oh
That's
my
actually a good
fucking God,
buyback.
he did it again.
I don't know about the dieback though, but okay. Hey, I'm leaving this lane. Hey, I want the regen.
Bottling fire. Yes. Helter Swelter. Regeneration.
Are they?
Alk just walked in. Pudge is walking around a bit. Oh, yeah, no. Pudge is walking off.
Open fire. My flame burns brighter. Heat wave.
Guys, help me now.
Oh boy. We're never together, guys. That's our problem.
I mean, probably should have been there. We knew they were there.
Yeah. I would also argue that maybe we should have been there.
Your top tower is under attack.
GG if you're French.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Your top tower is under attack.
Runes are up. Pudge is a gem.
I'm not resting
Try
till
for
there's
next shot.
nothing left to burn. Attack!
Hey, Troll's about to have BKB.
Like the blazes.
I need my loot.
Fire away. Oh yeah. I'm going.
Oh boy.
Quick.
Can you cut mid, NP?
Yes.
Pudge is gem though.
Has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
The wards are out of stock, man.
Your middle
Oh man, I don't know what I can do about this.
Your middle barracks are under attack.
Can't believe I'm actually did that.
Your middle barracks are under
Yeah, I did see 3 wards in stock at one point.
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Your middle barracks has fallen.
Man, we just lost like that?
Knock down your middle tower.
That's a lead. Could be pushing top.
Top tower. Top tower has fallen. Why do I get the feeling you ain't taking this seriously?
It's not time yet.
Top barracks has fallen. Dire structures are fortified. Good job,
No, Silver Edge isn't that important.
To battle.
Top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks is nothing no more.
Who's in there, Jim?
Burn a path.
I don't get it.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault line.
We don't have damage. We don't have NP right now. Forget it, BH. I don't have mana either.
Yes.
Okay.
Time to hot finish.
Is
Yes.
maybe referring Silver Edge to disable Alk passive? No, I don't think. I mean, I'll buy Silver Edge eventually, but I think there are bigger priorities. Hello, Marcel. Welcome back. Ian, I don't know why you think I would party with you. I don't even know you. How am I so tall? I'm just joking, man. I'm fucking with you.
Okay, where were we?
Heat wave. Bringing the heat.
Yeah, Kenneth, there's no way in hell I'm partying with you, man. You think I need you to carry me? What the fuck? Hey! Silver Edge Alchemist.
Go at 5. Come on. Macaroni to whisper.
To battle.
Yep, you're dead.
Yes, please. Plant more, that's very helpful.
Regeneration.
I'm going.
Happy KB. Ah!
That's why I need a fucking Silver Edge, man.
Blah blah blah.
I go like a blaze. Like a wildfire. Burn 'em up.
Can I buy Mjolnir? Huh, thought I bought the recipe already.
To battle.
Come on, stop jungling. We need to push. Come on. We don't push right now, we lose.
In you go.
I'm like 3 fucking halberd.
Yes.
Put your looters on me all the time, please.
Why would you
Get a fucking Lincoln or something.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile
that
of
talent
rocks.
works? It really doesn't work against anyone.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't do.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Can you guys kill anyone? No? Like you guys just can't kill anyone,
fucking
right?
stupid? Why would you ult? Why would you ult there, man? That's just a fucking throw. You're so bad. You picked fucking Whirling Axe's talent? Are you 1k? Oh yeah, 6 seconds minus cooldown. So
Well, I'm going to the bathroom.
So stupid. It's unbelievable.
It's fucking unbelievable. We have 0 support in first 10 minutes, 0 words in first 10 minutes, 0 rotation top in first 10 minutes.
That's why we lose? You think that's why we lose?
Yes, that's why we fucking lose, I'm telling you. No, we lose because you guys let a fucking Mars have a fucking free line. That's why we lose, alright? Yeah, you guys, the courier died 2 times early game, yeah? You cannot even shut down a fucking alchemist for no reason. That's why we fucking lose.
How to speak English?
Go
learn how to play Dota? You might
Dude,
actually
you don't even speak a second language, man. So just shut the fuck up, alright? Go learn a second language, and then we talk, alright?
Why would I want to learn a language to speak to Peru fags?
Were you not paying attention to the
You're all fired!
Oh, I missed the best part. What did he say? How angry are they? What did they say? I'm interested to know. Sometimes I get a good giggle from people arguing. Sometimes I'm arguing. Was the Yule's useless when I used it to get a whole bunch of kills earlier? Foresee Ignorance, haven't I had problems with you before? I really don't like those kind of people who's like, obviously you should press Yule's right there, blah 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 blah. I can't believe you missed that. Act like you're so fucking good at this game and you're superior or something like that? You think you're better than me? Ignorance boy? MMR just about 5.8k. I didn't watch EG versus Secret. I think Battle Pass is good, Marcel. I don't know what else to say. Alright, let's see here. They were talking about how big their penises are in relation to the number of languages they speak. Oddly strange thing to brag about. Well, I mean, it's not like I didn't try to kill the Alchemist. Jungle Expedition. Alright, you gotta show me how to do that. Troll's bad in last match. Yeah, I feel like he didn't really do much, did he? Let's have a look. 18,000 hero damage. Farmed all game. Do I watch Dota? What the fuck? No. 3,000 building. Yeah, like his numbers are kind of low for basically what he did. Use the. You just play the hero that says play. So in a ranked game. Jungle Expedition. Jungle. So I can play Skywrath. I can play any of these 11 heroes. So what is the benefit of doing the Jungle Expedition? Why do I care? Is it for in-game hats or points? I mean, I'm not sure what I really want left from the Battle Pass. Oh, there's some cool items here, huh? Nah, I like my Sven set better. Yeah, I like my Sven set better. Oh. Reveals a high value carry treasure. How do I zoom out? Oh, there's an Ursa set. That is rather tempting, isn't it? It's a lot of work. Hey, Ignorance boy. Reply to my question. Fucking trash talk me, bitch. Where are we next? There's a I don't play Dazzle. Nah. How many games do I need to play? Potentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. It's this one. It's this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 6. Okay. But then I might get blocked and stuff. So 6 or 7 games. If you want to see the time in Canada, type in ! time. Look at the style unlock for that set too. Okay. Oh, orange instead of purple? I'm more of a purple kind of guy. That is cool, but I don't know, my hero set's already really cool. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! That's boring. Oh, okay. Hey, everyone's allowed to have opinions. I would have to play one of these 4 heroes. Meeple, ugh. I can play support Luna. Alright, well, you know, I kind of wanted to practice for Luna anyways. So perhaps we'll play Luna. I'm a shit Monkey King and I'm a shit Storm, so basically Luna's our only choice. If that ignorance guy acts toxic again, ban him. He can't even reply to my calling him out. Alright, maybe we do Luna. 61, 65? No, Lifestealer's fast. Lifestealer's fast. I'm pretty sure it's Night Stalker. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure it's Night Stalker. He's kind of slow, but then he's fast at nighttime, and he has high armor, and he right-clicks for a lot in the beginning. Night Stalker. So I like the accent on Battle Pass. Yeah, it's cool. I don't know why you guys are I don't know why you guys like Jungle Expedition so much. I think it's okay. What ability was the sound? Do you guys know which one that is? I know. Battle Pass is 210. You guys ready? This one! Whatever it's called. Sticky Napalm? Go next. Oh, do you guys know who it is? Oh, it's this one. Hello, Felipe. Yeah, I was thinking the DK or the Magnus, but I'm pretty sure it's Magnus. Hello, Ferris. Muhammad, you wish you had the money to buy the battle pass? Aw, man, have you ever considered being rich? You should try being rich. Can't believe you haven't thought of that yet. DK attack sound has a twangy sound. Interesting description.
Your turn to ban.
You know, I don't... Oh, man, 3 Luna? 4 Luna? Oh, I don't know if I have the balls to play that in ranks, to be quite honest with you.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Alright, okay, let's just fucking do it. What does UE mean? That's how you say my name in Vietnamese. Can't get blamed if you pick first.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Oh my god, they have Smurf. And he has a really high win rate. Shit. 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 Oh my god. Oh my god, look at those win rates. We fucking lost. I'm gonna have to play Luna again. Oh god. Yeah, so he should win only 190 games, and yet here we are at 259.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
3, please. No, fuck off. Yeah, we lost. We fucking lost. Do we have Smurf on our team? Nope. Nope. Probably not. Nope. Oh my god! We lost! I guarantee it. Enjoy minus 25 pigs. Yeah, we fucking lost. Yeah, no, this guy's toxic, and they have a Smurf. That's this game is looking really, really grim. Yes.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Play some Drow. I'm gonna suggest Drow. Drow Ranger.
Okay, your pick now. You know
What the fuck? Who's your safe lane carry? Oh god, I'm safe lane carry, aren't I? Who's one? Am I one now? Oh shit. I wanted to play 4! Shame you can't get in a time machine and avoid ahead of time. Oh my god. Shit. And they have Drow, dude. Wow.
Luna.
I asked my team, I told my team I'm gonna play for Luna, and they just don't even pick position 1.
Look how they flee before us.
Prepare for the battle.
The
Me
bag.
to inform you that this one is in the bag.
Quickly now.
Yeah, don't be surprised if this game's a fucking disaster, guys. See? Invoker still doesn't even have tankos. What has not gone wrong this game? I suppose my supports can put their wards down right by the fountain.
This will hurt.
I've done that before.
Assassin of the greatest goddess Nyx. I can
We
promise you
ride.
that this one's in the bag.
I'm gonna need a BKB. Probably also a Manta style.
30 seconds to battle.
I don't know, Butterfly's good. Butterfly kind of sucks dick this game, because... Well, first of all...
Attack. On the hunt. What do you see? Stalking.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
The dark moon comes.
Well, we got 3 runes.
The night sees all. Here. Absolutely. Illuminating
Dude, I want that one to go in front.
by starlight.
Oh my god, this is way too close.
Yes.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
On the prowl. Cat food. Let's go. Here. Red moon. For the night. We ride. The hunt. On the prowl.
Oh!
On the hunt. Heads up.
I know, right?
Who dares?
First blood!
Ooh, we got first blood.
Who dares?
Double kill!
Yes. Not on my watch. Quickly now. For Salamene. Try to run. Yeah.
Well, at least I don't have to worry too much about HP in this lane.
Attack. Crescent steel. Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Fire the night. For the cause. The night sees all. Let's go. Yes. Stalking. Absolutely. Haha. Illuminating. Good plan.
What the fuck? Fuck!
Starlight. Quickly now. Into battle. Piercing light.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. You gotta do something about it or just sit there looking funny.
Absolutely.
You fucking bitch.
Yes.
Man, Mortal games are too tough.
Fear the moon. Poor thing. Stalking. Illuminating.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. This is one of the things in the bad column.
That's not for the likes of you.
Let's go. Fire the night. Yeah. You won't escape. Let's go.
Runes. Ooh, these guys are late.
Yes.
I think someone should purchase Observer Reward. What the fuck? Cancel my ship?
We ride. Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Ah.
On the hunt. By starlight. Unworthy. Death approaches. On the prowl. Here. We ride. What do you see?
Oh my god, dude. I can't get last hits.
The night sees all. Starlight. Yes.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Kill.
Run them down. Lunar light.
Alright.
Quickly now. Lucid beam.
Nice.
To dust.
Oh. On the hunt. Lucent beam.
Wow.
Here.
Thanks.
A harvest moon. Absolutely. On the prowl. By starlight.
Hit them.
Slice.
I don't have that much HP, man. It's not a good fight. Why did I listen to this guy, dude? Shining top.
Let's go. Illuminating. Heads up. Yes.
Yeah, you're real good there, pal. Real smart.
Let's go.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Yeah. For the cause. For Dark Moon. Stalking. By starlight. Stalking.
I first pick Luna.
Plan.
Did you want to blame that? And I said for Luna. And I said for Luna.
Quickly now.
You gonna act smart? Go ahead.
Yeah. For Night Silver.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Rally the troops
Fuck this
and
team.
get over there.
For the night. Slice. Poor wee thing. What do you see? Heads up. Absolutely. Denied. Salamene command. We ride. Into battle.
Good job, Tundra. Good idea. Let's play some Dota. He is 6. He's 6.
Sees all. Illuminating. Start.
Killing spree.
Yes.
Hmm.
On the hunt.
He has his 6 though. It's kind of dangerous.
Let's go. Let's go. Ha! Another death. Taste my steel. On the prowl.
Yeah, just play some Dota and shut the fuck up. 10-minute runs.
Death approaches.
To my house.
Who dares? Yeah. Good plan. Quickly now. Piercing light. Far the night. Attack. What do you see? For Salamene. Salamene commands. Salamene commands. Lunar light. By starlight. We ride. Slice. On the prowl. Let's go. go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
On the hunt. Yes. Salamene commands. Slice. Stun. For Night Silver. Insignificant. Salamene commands.
Double damage.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely.
What, not your job or something?
Crescent steel. Heads up.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Yes. It's not time yet. Piercing light.
Oh god, there's BH up here too.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm dead.
The top tower needs some help. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Hmm.
Your top tower is under
This is
attack.
Sunstrike, dude.
Dig in and defend that.
Oh, he already used Sunstrike.
Your top tower has fallen.
Next, you're by yourself.
Dude, this fucking Leshrac, honestly, is the fucking... Like, I don't even know why I gave him position 3.
Didn't he forcefully take it?
Should've, I literally fucking should've. I should've just jungled with like Axe or something and I would've had impact.
Messing talk.
It is literally autistic.
Yeah. Weakling. Into battle.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kind of bad.
Absolutely.
Sunstrike bottom.
Good plan.
Double kill.
On the hunt.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Try to run. For the night. They will find my blade sharp and cruel.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Stalking.
If your mid tower could talk,
15-minute rinse.
pretty mad at you.
Run them down.
What the? BH is here.
Killing spree.
Or they have a ward. Yeah, they have a ward there. Okay, so why even bother saying it? You're like, why would ult around tower save you? I don't think so. Okay, then why are we even talking about it, you know? Christian, thanks for subscribing. Get some money so you can give it to me.
I will not fail again. By starlight.
Hi, Haku. We have your rune sound effect, bro.
Illuminating. Quickly now.
Killing spree.
For Dark Moon. The night sees all.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Red Moon. Heads up. Attack. We ride.
My fucking quarterstaff, dude.
Your middle tower
I'm scared. They have vision here. Don't want to be there.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Okay.
What do you see?
Mana me.
Let's go. Unworthy.
Your middle tower's under attack. Guy's putting up a barricade.
Let's go. Stalking.
Did he just smoke by himself? Coming.
On the hunt. Good plan.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right? They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Absolutely. The hunt. I'm not quickly now.
BKB. I actually just go BKB next. Do I go BKB next? Manta style. No, Manta then BKB, pretty sure. This guy's got almost Hurricane Pike, dude.
Yes.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. Dire structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Into battle.
Oh, there better be something important going on.
Let's piercing light.
Killing spree!
Let's go. On the cloud.
Oh, why am I here?
Double kill.
We didn't even kill a single one. We need a 5-man. We need a 5-man. Yes, Christian, thank you for pointing out that I'm dead. I did not know that. Oh, shit. Well, at least Leshrax got some decent farm. Yeah, I'm being fucking sarcastic with you, Christian. It's kind of annoying. Whoa, he has 2 4-staff recipe.
Hey, welcome back.
For the cause.
That's a really big waste of gold.
Fear the moon. You won't escape. Into battle. The moon waxes, and my mercy. Yes. The night sees all. Quickly now.
Not enough damage.
The hunt.
Oracle's TPing bottom.
For Night Silver.
Invoker just filed his wards himself.
Let's go.
Ult was ending, that's why I did what I did.
That's fine.
Fire the night.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, this Invoker is just supporting.
Let's go.
See how we win, to be completely honest.
The night sees all.
Okay, should I farm top? Anyone want top?
Your top tower is under attack.
Dude, okay, I will go top. No one going top.
Is that it? Who dares? Catch.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah. By starlight.
Man, I'm so scared of this area.
Salamene commands.
Okay, BH is right there, that's good. Oh my goodness.
You had your warning.
Lucent beam.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Reset.
What do you see? On the hunt. We ride.
Your middle tower has fallen.
We ride. Quickly now.
Much force staff. Any force staffs? I don't fucking know what's the current way to say it.
On the hunt.
Take mid.
What do you see? Lunar lightning. Slice.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Yeah. Yes.
Enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I don't know if I want to continue fighting.
He's back.
The night sees all. Good plan. Yasha.
Your top tower is under attack.
On the prowl.
Stay close, they're gonna find a pick off. They're gonna go in.
Oh man, I can't even get those runes.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Oh, here now. Crescent steel. Fire the night.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
For Dark Moon.
You better flip on over to your bottom tower.
Honor me.
Oh, I don't know. Oh man, I thought they will help me. I'm running at them, but they all ran right.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Your top tower is under attack.
The hunt continues.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So
Taste my
fight.
steel.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Is mine.
Yeah! Piercing light. Heads up.
I'm over here.
Yes. Illuminating. Let's go.
Okay. Okay.
By
I don't even know what to say about that.
Top tower needs some
Is
help.
he like close to an item or some shit? No, he's just really angry.
Hey, as long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already. Radiant structures are fortified.
We ride. This will hurt.
That is a new sentry.
Far the night.
They smoked.
Stalking. Into battle. Here. Run them down.
Here's Storm Spirit.
The night sees all.
No, we lost a long time ago. A long time ago. A long fucking time ago.
Killing spree.
End the game.
One less middle tower now, by the way. The middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks is falling. Hope you don't want your middle barracks to not fall. You're doomed.
Wow, are you so fucking stupid? You think you're good or something, Leshrac?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Let the fun begin.
The bottom barracks is fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. Bad news about your bottom barracks.
And by the way, Invoker, I have 10k. Oh wait, he can't even hear me. 10k contact summary.
Your top barracks never did nothing to deserve this. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now.
Yeah, you think you're good, man. Okay, bud. Fuck this team.
Your middle tower has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Great combo, man. You're so good. Yeah, you're so good, bro.
Absolutely.
You gotta defend your ancient. Now.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior. Who dares?
Jesus Christ. let us all avoid each other on this blessed day. Good.
I bestowed to you the
5
avoid
times?
players
Okay, I'll press that button 5
specific
times.
messages like this. 5
Oh.
avoid PLS.
I don't care who the MVP is. Okay, where are we? Oh! Please stop! Oh shit, shit, shit. Oh, oh god, please don't be on my team. I shouldn't have queued. Okay, I think I actually didn't get either the... Oh, this guy's a Smurf. Yeah, okay, oh, safe. Let's go back to Trusty Drow. Don't ban Drow. Okay. Where were we? Oh yeah, you fucking... Rank 2k? Just keep fucking opening your mouth? You don't even have a rank. Open your mouth. Very toxic player.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Man, this guy always plays BH. Every single time I see this guy in my game, he plays BH.
The goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Oh, yeah.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
How do you find out if he's a Smurf? Sure, man. Very, very simple. So this guy is a 6k player. There is no fucking human being on Earth who can play only 463 games and be a 6k player. 6k players, they have played close to 10,000 games. So by that logic, this guy is a Smurf. Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, this guy has 5,000 games, right? Probably not a Smurf. This guy's got 6,000 games. Probably not a Smurf. They probably have Smurfs, but this is their main account. How long have we been playing Dota? Over 10 years.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
PS is jungle. Hello, Helmi. Ooh, I like this. I like this a lot. Oh man, this is gonna be a hard drought game. I stay behind these two and then empower Dusa with the aura. Nutella sandwich lion. Enjoy your food, Haku. Wow, this has a really high win rate of Dusa.
I quiver with anticipation. It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Agreed.
Round out the survivors, because this one is in the bag.
To battle.
Do you know where he usually jungles? Like, is he jungling here or up here usually?
Your fate is sealed.
Okay, well, I mean, half your health for one right click on me.
Silent as mist.
30
Double stout shield. So he plans on cutting the lane, I would think.
battle starts. So get cracking.
That was my thought. I go in silence. Onward.
Let the battle begin! Whew. Okay, Nico. Play your cards right. This thing will land you on easy street.
Way ahead of you.
Vessel helps for Morphling, yes.
Forward. My bow is drawn.
Oh, what the fuck, Drow? Dude, you're pushing the lane. Oh my god, this guy.
To battle.
This bounty is not for
Denied. Arrow. Find your target. Good enough. Death comes silently. Feel the bite of frost. Onward. I go in silence. Arrow fly. Agreed. Forward.
Denied.
Yes. Into the fray. So be it. Very well. I'll cut enough. Way ahead of you.
First blood!
I can take care of myself.
Feel the frost.
Yo, Underboard, I'm gonna pull the next wave.
Silence is mist. Autumn leaves.
Oi!
God.
Bloodbath.
Oh my god, dude.
That was my thought. Arrow, fly. Bite, frost. Pride of
Radiant
the drow.
called in the fortification.
Silent as mist. My bow is drawn.
Jesus Christ.
Way ahead of you. My sentiments as well. Agreed. Attack. Good enough. Quiver. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Onward.
Onward.
Hey, Pink, can you just shut the fuck up and play the game? Thanks, man. Whiny ass bitch.
It's okay, this Morphling is getting demolished bottom. It's okay.
Good.
That was my thought. Not this time. Forward. I go in silence. I shall nip my enemies.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Feel my cold embrace. Your fate is sealed. Bite, Frost. Arrow, fly.
How did he not get hit by Tara, dude?
Death comes silently.
Denied.
So be it. Oh, cold.
Death to all betrayers.
Bloodseeker TP'd somewhere. He might be bottom. I just wait here for fucking TP money.
The top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on.
I'll anchor your bottom.
Agreed. Denied. Good enough. Yes.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Somebody needs to scramble in there and get the shiny movers, you ask me.
I'm dead again.
Foundling's life is all a gift.
Cheer up, Trax.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Oh man.
Top tower needs help.
Faster than an arrow's flight.
Your top tower has fallen.
Raving murder machine.
I go in silence.
So I even go? Can I farm top now? Are they gonna leave top or are they gonna stay there?
My bow is drawn. Forward.
Oh, Drow's gone.
To battle.
Ah, la shit!
That was my
Holy shit, man!
Estás escribiéndote inglés, serrano de mierda.
My sentiments as well. Very well. I'll take that. Into the fray. Attack.
I need someone to protect me.
Way ahead of you.
Te va a matar todo, güey.
Eso no entiende. Burro es, no puede irse a la jungla.
I go in silence.
Tienen que ayudarlo, bro.
Silent.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My bow is drawn.
Man, I'm gonna die over here, dude.
Ni siquiera está acá pegando, mira.
Battle. It was worth it.
A bargain basement bounty.
I should not even try.
Ese men ha visto muchos videos.
I'm gonna go ahead and mute this guy before he says more dumb shit.
Killing spree!
Yes.
Oh.
Coming!
Very well.
Dominate! Double kill!
Fue la bounty de Bob.
So be it. That was my thought. Denied. Agreed. My sentiments as well.
I knew this was gonna be a hard drow game, but this is really hard. Man, I just want my 6, dude. This guy's level 12.
Pégale.
Onward. My sentiments as well.
Okay, give me the triangle, please.
Tiene que ir con 6, weón.
My bow is drawn. That was my thought.
Trust in Dusa. Dusa's so farmed though, like this Dusa is level 12. No one is even level 9. Actually, she's amazingly farmed. Insanely farmed.
There's rage.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
Feel the frost.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend that sucker!
Very well.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Justice on Courier.
I go in silence.
Well, this Wind Ranger doesn't have anything. Neither does the Lion, so I can actually farm this safely then.
Good enough.
What are you doing here, man? I'm farming.
Vamos a pushar.
Silent is
Okay, take mid. I really don't like when cores just TP into the same area and I'm trying to farm it.
Agreed. Feel the bite of frost. Every little bit counts.
Tinimbi.
Arrow fly. I'll cut a notch with your name on it.
Pushemos, pushemos.
Forward.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Did I just see BH or did I imagine? No, BH is bottom.
Mid tower could talk.
Jeez, it's fucking scary, man.
One less middle tower now, by the way.
Oh, weón.
Holy.
To battle. Feel my cold embrace.
Oh, my farm. I was stacking that. My farm. Oh man, I'm really not going to be anywhere even close to the superstar of this game. Just saying, guys.
Good enough.
Vete. Lo saque.
I'm not ready. Yes.
My sentiments as well.
Ooh.
Forward.
Fucking, I'm level 8.
So be it.
Toque, te cae el morphine. Toque, toque.
Arrow, find your target. That was my
Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose I'll grab this ring.
I'll take that. Agreed. The price you pay.
Killing spree!
3 for 1. Please, Dusa, let me farm.
I'll cut a notch with your name. My bow is drawn.
Uphill vision.
Death's cold embrace.
Yeah.
Flayed ones drink your blood.
Oh my god.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they have ward here or something like that. That line he hexed me from lower ground.
Back into the fray. Onward.
Oh.
Silent as mist.
Claro. Push.
Yay, I did something.
Too noisy to live. Very well.
Cúrenlo. Podemos pushar.
So be it.
Torre.
Agreed.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower's under attack. Rally the troops and get over there! Dire structures are fortified. Unstoppable!
Tienes esa vida, ¿por qué no te fuiste? No?
Only 339 gold?
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. Your bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably tower just took a dirt nap.
My whole team is Spanish speakers, it seems.
Silent as mist. Quiver.
What is my next item?
My sentiments as well.
Cuidado.
Arrow, find your target.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
My time has come. Very well.
Ulti.
Fake, right?
Pusha todo, farmea todo, amigo. Sopea todo.
Good enough.
Dire structures are fortified.
Okay, let's go Dragonlance.
Your top tower needs some help.
Yes.
Oh, me sácate más atributos, Medusa.
Your top tower is under attack.
To battle.
What, not your job or something?
Arrow fodder.
I think BH is gonna teleport here and try to kill me.
Forward.
So we have to get out right now.
Way ahead of you.
Oh, there he is.
Do it!
That was my thought.
Just do it!
Antes los Bounty. Cuidado, bueno abajo, bro.
No, I'm not.
Go in silence.
If you think we can kill him, we can try.
Ah, te pegas todo ya.
He's so tanky, dude.
Backgain, ya backgain.
Oh my, and I'm tracked, dude, and I don't have a TP, dude. This is so bad.
I see death.
Oh god, I saw the Vanguard and VH. I'm like, I really.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Anyways, the moment we saw the Vanguard and the BH, I think we shouldn't have tried, but he seemed to be confident about it, and I don't quite know the limitations of a Dark Willow, so I'm like, you know, let's trust in my teammate. Let me see what we can do.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Cold embrace.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Mario,
Missing bottom. Silent is missed.
God, dude, I don't know where to go.
Podemos de 5 nomás, porque ese.
My bow is drawn.
Este Vanguard, no va como digo.
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree. Your middle tower is under attack.
Pega, drone, pega.
I'm gonna die too, dude. I'm dead too.
Monster kill. Double kill.
Vamos de 5. Ahora vamos de 5, ¿no?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. This is one of the things in the bad.
All right, Dusa. All right, buddy.
And over here we have your middle tower, not being there no more.
Okay, so no intelligent response. Gotcha. Okay.
That was just a warm up.
I feel like destroying my items.
Attack. Death comes silently. The secrets of the wood are mine. Your fate is sealed.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
It's okay, Namdo. The thing is, I feel like doing it, but I don't do it because I'm gonna be an adult about this.
I'm all for a little downtime. Feeling fresh? Three, 2, 1, let's go!
Ice shall not.
Yeah, there it is.
Guys, our Underlord is gone. Can we pause?
Yep. I think I just buy BKB. Hope I don't get ruptured. What else can I do? Didn't he say that his English was not good earlier? But he just spoke perfect English? Didn't that just happen?
Heads up, we're back!
Forward. Agreed.
Let me farm, you.
Fuck you, man.
Onward. Feel the frost.
If I didn't want to win this game, I would just take his farm.
Roshan's dead. Man, him and that Aegis. Glad I never messed up that bad. Whoa! God!
Wait, what the? How did Underlord die? Somebody feed him?
That was my thought. The price you pay. I go in silence.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. You gonna
We
do
lost,
something
dude.
about it or just sit there looking funny? Middle tower has fallen.
Alright, Dusa boy.
Who's that middle barracks are under attack? You'll be sorry if they fall. Killing spree! Middle barracks are looking shaky.
That was my
The middle barracks is falling.
Good job, man. Good job.
The middle barracks are under attack.
My bow is drawn.
If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall,
Oh.
you're doing it wrong. Dominate! The top tower is under attack.
Yes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
This is not a good game.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower has fallen. Were you not paying attention to the
Nah, just let it end, man. Underlord's not even here. Yeah, report me for what?
Oh, so.
Okay, let's report this Dusa. I'm fucking tired of his shit. 2 people went to low priority. Alright, first we avoid, then we queue. Oh, 3 lost streak, dude. Still on the screen. Very toxic player. Where's my... Oh, there it is. Hey, Dusa, I reported you for comms abuse with comment. Also on my avoid list. Thank you. There we go. This guy was kind of toxic too, but I don't really understand half the things he says, so let's just report him too. Like this guy, I would say, like there was some points in the laning phase, like he went all in, you know, and like when your laning partner goes all in, you have to go all in too, right? Or else like somebody's gonna die, right? Anyways, he went all in. I just want to farm, and then we both die, and BH just fucking get double kill. Also, very toxic player. Thank you, Gaben, for this new feature. Thanks. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we gotta remember that this guy only plays Bounty Hunter. And apparently this guy only plays... I think this guy was in my game earlier. According to Dusa, he only plays Jungle Bloodseeker, but that's not what he did at all. Yeah, Quat. Let's have a look. Pretty sure he's in my last couple of games. Not that one.
Coach Poopy, show me a Dragon Knight baby. GL, let's make it 12 of 12. 15 a chicken, please.
Okay. Alright. Alright, man, I'll play DK for you. Hey, Snail Poop. No, don't take it personally. It has nothing to do with you. So, luckily you actually picked DK. It's not one of my best heroes, but actually I am good at DK, but it's not one of my best heroes, but I'm okay with that. So, I actually prefer to play in an unranked game if I'm going to be forced to pick a certain hero, right? But the problem is that on this account, if I queue unranked game on a Immortal account, it actually usually takes like 15, maybe even 20 minutes. So I'm like, oh fuck, do I get on my Smurf or do I just play in a ranked game? So it was more just me hesitating because I'm contemplating whether I want to hop on my Smurf or I just YOLO and play it in a ranked game. So that has nothing to do with you. I actually really appreciate you, Snail Poop. So don't feel bad, okay? And Namdota, I would think that you're probably just in Divine Games. Trust in Coach Poopy. That's a cute name. I was gonna do something just now, but I forgot already. Hey, I don't party with people I don't know. Especially not first time commenters. What the hell? Please give me some. Oh, I'm still 5.7k. Nice. I feel happy to be 5.7k at least. Okay, this guy was in the last game. Hi Riza, hi Suraj. Who counter? Okay, Drow counters DK, so I'm gonna pick DK.
5 seconds left.
Thanks, Lulu. No, I actually asked Fenrir like 4 different times, but he never said anything. Did I buy a battle points, or how do you have battle pass level 210? I was gifted a level 100 battle pass, and I was also gifted a 100 points. Oh, is that what Fenrir said? Yeah, I'm just that good. It's not the really annoying niche spot from earlier, right? I hit random. Dude, so true to his name. I wonder if it's a Smurf. No, I can't be a Smurf. He has like 3 battle passes. So he's actually just a very, very, very versatile player. Impressive.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Oh
Your
yeah.
pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh, this set's really cool, huh? $61. Ugh. It's cool, but I only just like it more than my current set by just a little bit. Oh yeah, shiny. I like it. Oh yeah. What's the oldest spell or data skill you know that does not exist anymore, like Ricky used to get invisibility at 6? I hope you realize Ricky used to have Death Ward at level 6, right?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Yeah, Ricky had Witch Doctor's Death Ward level 6.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
So physical damage, physical, mostly physical. He's probably gonna go E-Blade, so that's gonna be magical. So it looks like their draft is mostly physical damage, which is good for me since I'm DK. The TA Steel mid, he's pre-muted 100% trash. Was that right, Namdota? Ooh, everyone thinks that he's garbage. That's great. He just went 9-1 my game, played really well. Hey man, we are supposed to be hopping on the hate bandwagon. What are you doing? Oh my bad, fuck that guy. There you go. There you go. We got a PL.
Iron Sheik, the word played. Swiftly.
Ooh. Okay, well,
It's in the bag.
man, I'm gonna go 500 on this shit.
By my blade. I need whiskey.
Alright guys, throw the game now.
Of course.
This team feels a lot better than the last game.
Remember, you're using again. Just chill.
I think all of us can agree. This one.
4 health regen? Oh my god.
Hero is gay.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to start killing before that. We're not
The dragon wakes.
Yeah, I think I just get my armor.
Absolutely perfect.
Forward.
Right, I think you can just arrow the rune. Maybe you can get it.
He just avoided there, I guess. I saw him.
Yes. The battle's starting. Just remember, you got a job to do.
On your guard. Who calls the Dragon Knight?
Yeah, I see you.
Yes. Yes.
Man, I'm not there to help you.
Who calls the Dragon Knight?
I like this Morana's
Yes.
aggressive playstyle though. I like it a lot.
Dragon waits. On. No money for you. Attack. A shield shall crash.
Ooh, and we get first blood. This game's gonna be good, guys. I got a good feeling about this game.
Compelled to battle. We cross swords.
Absolutely perfect.
Sure, you're, sorry.
Come on, creep, you fucking shit.
I'll melt your skull. Forward.
Let's get Juan since this Baden's probably gonna spam his fucking miscoil at me.
Swiftly.
Job destroyer.
By the honor of the ancients. By the shield of Slayer. The dragon waits. I can't let you have that.
You know what I really like about DK? Snail Poop, he's just so tanky, and like even if you lose out on trades, I mean he's so forgiving to play. So really, actually I really like DK. I used to practice DK.
I need those steeds.
Start bowling this guy, I think. Just fucking right click him. Can't do shit.
Yes. This for the leader. Compelled to battle. Dragon charge. Dragon out. Dragon charge.
Sucker.
Yes.
Right on.
Forward. Dragon out. More gold for my horde. I'm under attack. Our shields shall crash. I soar higher. Dragon to the fray. Swiftly. Onward. Yes. Yes. Out of mana. By my blade.
On my way.
Compelled to battle. The dragon waits.
Ready for hunting.
I'll knock your skull.
Are you even watching your top tower?
This
Going on is a courier, just a...
Your top tower needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Holy shit.
Your top tower is under attack. Not your job or something?
I need those stupendous.
Your top tower is under attack.
By the shield of Slayer.
Your top tower is under attack.
Who calls?
You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Attack! By the honor of the ancients. Cross swords.
Killing spree! Barricade!
Forward. Wembley cuts deep.
Oh wow, what a nice dodge. Miranda's really farmed for a 4 though.
Dragon to the fray.
Hey man, Dota Plus told me to level like
The
this.
enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do
Dragon out. Dragon charge. Forward. Our shield shall clap. By the shield of Slayer.
Your middle tower's under attack. This is one of the things in the fortified constructions. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Yes.
Dominate! Your middle tower is under attack! You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Dire's structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack! Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
Top of his house.
Wait.
I'm alright. Thank you.
The prime top tower needs some help.
No help needed from me.
Your middle tower is under attack!
Dragon to the fray. The dragon waits. Swiftly.
And P can try to gank me, huh? Yeah. Okay, bud.
I need no steed.
Smarana's actually pretty good, huh?
Powers abounding. Gwynblade cuts deep. Skill wins battles. Gold wins wars. Who calls the dragon?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Who? What color is that? Storm TPing in?
Your middle tower's under attack.
Got him. Nice. Take it, just take it strong.
The dragon waits. The dragon waits.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Monkeys?
By my blade.
Your middle tower has fallen.
The dragon.
Back.
Stupendous. Yes. I need no skin. Of course. The dragon waits.
You know what I should do? I should just not get my stun.
Yes.
That'll piss her off.
Compelled to battle.
Oh shit.
Dragon to the fray. I need no steed.
Careful, guys. They're not going there.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Shadows take us.
Fight, fight.
Dire structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad
Into the fray. By my blade. Yes. By the honor of attack!
Your middle tower's under attack.
Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Onward.
Are we fighting bottom or what?
Calls the dragon.
Okay, guys.
He has Aegis, right?
Okay. We have 5 people.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, I'm just fucking dead, man. 2 for Morphling.
Okay, that. No mana.
Hi, Romel. Thanks, buddy. $5 for 4043. Oh no.
Try.
I like MMR, so we're not gonna do that. And I respect my teammates. Man, I just want my blink, dude.
Transformation.
So after blink, we should get something. Let's see. After blink, we go like radiance. We go radiance. Blink radiance. Yeah, that's good.
Forward.
Ward it.
The dragon.
Ward it. I mean,
Dragon to the front.
Your top tower needs some help.
Compelled to battle.
All yours, buddy. Get out of the way.
Down your middle tower. Defend that sucker.
Who calls the Dragon Knight?
Wait, let me kill 2 creeps.
By my blade. Yes. Of course.
What do you want?
Onward.
You want me to push mid?
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Dagger.
we got fight for the bounty heroes.
I'm coming. I have blink stun.
Bottom tower, it's
Coming.
You better pull on over to the bottom tower.
Agents, look out.
Why am I fighting this? Oh god. Stop going for stuns. So I go either Mjolnir or I go Radiance. I don't know, guys. He's dependent on right clicks. He's kind of dependent on right clicks. Mjolnir could be good. Mjolnir or Radiance.
I think like I should fucking know that he has.
Your bottom tower just on the dirt now.
And dangerous.
Shit, stun is better.
Yes.
I think if you have a guaranteed hex, then you hex.
We don't need to fucking damage your finger, just hex. Dude, I'm stunning for your fucking arrow. We don't need arrow, dude. We have storm stun. Just saying.
Okay, no Aegis. Ooh, so good.
Yes.
I'll not sheathe Wormblade till it's been bloodied.
Let's say we need a version. Have a 0 wars on the map.
Wormblade cuts deep. Dragon charge. By the shield of Slayer. Dragon to the fray.
3 minutes.
Dragon out. By my blade.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I need illusion.
Can't TP for a bit.
Go him, go for him.
Who calls the Dragon Knight?
Man, my team's so far away.
Yo, you keep it here.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
I need no skin.
Okay.
The bottom tower has fallen.
By my blade.
Think about it. Pretty sure I buy Radiance.
Yes. The dragon waits. Compelled to battle. Forward. Dragon to the Who calls the Dragon Knight? The dragon waits.
What the? Oh my god, man.
That way. Get a first.
Care top? Care top?
Can bump it. Not die.
Stupendous.
Blade mail. Let's go blade mail first. I'm kind of desperate to survive their burst.
They only have 2 minutes. Can we fight?
What's that?
Pull on back.
Word's over there, dude.
Holy shit! Dude, don't get silenced. He got silenced. Wow. I don't even know what to say.
Fucking hell. Get back, dude. You're gonna die. They all coming.
Dragon to the I need no steed. Yes. By my blade.
T is coming through. There are 5 coming top.
Your top tower is under attack. You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till
I'm under attack.
Regeneration.
I'm fucking disarmed, dude.
double kill.
even should take stuff.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Oh yeah. Keep chasing me, please.
You better get on over to your bottom tower.
You came too close to the secrets.
TA kills me, we lose. Are you the fucking center of this fucking game?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant called it the fortification. Dire structures are fortified.
Here, Orchid Abaddon.
The Warrior, I have a sentry there. Just watch out. Yep.
Should I even bother with this TP? So much farm back at base though. Got him.
By my blade.
What did you?
Back.
The dragon waits.
That's already there.
Yes. This will only hurt.
Yo. Ocean.
Of course.
MP's ultimate is down. Are we contesting this?
I think we have to.
Tower's under attack.
No, we don't have any down. We're just going to focus the TA, I guess.
Holy shit. Okay, we lost. Something stopped me from blinking. Oh man, she had fucking double damage too. Great. No, MP already had he used his ult earlier. I was like, MP's ult is down, so maybe we're a little stronger. Maybe. Miranda, do you realize you always play Captain Hindsight?
Your middle barracks is fallen.
Was anyone focusing Morph there? Where's the guy? What the fuck, man? Oh shit. Of course.
In strength is victory.
Oh! Oh, damn, dude. I don't think the Radiance is pointless at this point. Like, this game should end in 5 minutes, and there's no way I can farm this. So, best thing I could buy is, oh, I know. Divine Rapier. Sentry first, dude, come on.
A chance to redeem my honor. Ha! Forward. The dragon waits. Compelled to battle. Our shields. Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we lost.
Allies disappear.
Dragon to the fray. Compelled to battle. Oh, what I miss? Where's the body? I'm not ready.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Fly by night. I'll melt your skull.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, MP is gigantic.
Your bottom barracks has fallen.
Oh, well, that's another loss.
That is a bunch of bottom barracks. The enemy now have mega creeps. Don't give up now. Come back from this and you are a legend.
Man, did I even do anything this game? I have 10 assists, that's it.
Your middle tower has fallen. Ah, don't even know where to stop. Got one less middle tower now, by the way. You gotta defend your engine.
Damn it, Snail Poop! What happened to our streak? Hey, give me a minute, I'm going to the bathroom. And I'm back down to 5.6k. Just lost 4 in a row. Hey, Paratosh, that's not how it works, man. Let's see where we are. Smarana's so toxic, huh? Hey, don't fucking advertise on my channel. That's pathetic, dude. Sucking dick for a little bit of attention, eh? Damn. I need some wins, guys. Oh god, 5.6. Conduct summary is used. It's the likelihood of you going to low priority, and that is it, man. This guy was in the last game. Who is he? He was TA, right?
Ban their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and the fact
I don't know, Namdota. I see a lot of your accounts go to low priority, and they're also very low conduct summary. Coincidence? Enchantress mid? Oh my god. Hopefully he's good at it.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Stats don't lie. Somebody talking? Oh, Yellow's talking, huh? I haven't muted.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Yeah, conduct summary is directly proportional to abandons and reports. I mean, you're just playing the word game and, you know, you're going around. But I mean, it's kind of the same thing, is it not? I know you're trying to be super technically correct about this, but it's kind of the same thing. I can drow. Give me drow if you want lion. That's okay. I honestly don't give a shit how it works.
Your pick now. Meepo.
Wait a minute, 5 Enigma?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
There you go, play your Enchantress. Oh right, he was the disruptor. Right. That guy's a Smurf.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Please, Gaben, just give me a win. See you in a bit, Snail Poop. Ooh, they're walking! I haven't seen this screen before. That's cool. That's really cool, actually. Suckers. Not walking.
All hell's broken loose, and I hold the pieces. To hell and back. In the bag.
I need a win today.
Oh, hell yes.
Come back. There you go. Oh yeah, almost half your HP, bro. Oh fuck, there's 3 of them here. 4 bottom, 4 bot. How are you guys, huh?
Marbles right off, Bell.
My sentry.
I'm busy fucking reading what all these fucking things do. Fucking summon monkey? Like, what the fuck is this shit?
Why not?
Nice.
I grow like the devil. Yes.
You good? You good?
Oh, yes. Oh, hell yes. Forward. Onward. Verily. Yes.
Oh, what's up? What's up?
First blood, and a point well taken.
Ain't nobody killing me. Wait a minute, there's nothing here. I wonder if they wanted it.
To hell and back. Yes.
No, they did not.
Verily.
Oh, I can pull this. I should just pull. Oh, no, I shouldn't.
I grow like the devil.
Suddenly Dark Willow.
A single orc mutation can't make up for the paltry cannot odds.
Let's go bottom again.
Yes. Yes.
Holy shit. Chi end.
Why not? Yes. Die at my darkness.
Is that suicide? Is that worth it?
The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Prowling. To hell and back.
Okay, man.
Chill out.
Ruins.
Money changes hands. Verily. Yes. Yes. Onward. Yes. Why not? Forward.
Careful, it's missing.
Oh boy, I think she's dead. Good ward, right?
To hell and yes. Yes.
Oh shit. Oh shit. I'm dead. I am still dead. Shroud needs help. Never mind, she's dead. Okay.
A killing spree! Double kill!
My rage returns me to the living. Why not? Verily.
troops and get over there! Your bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Dark Willow TP top, Dark Willow top. Pango top too.
Yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
He's dead.
Double kill. Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant called in the fortification.
Oh my god, my hex! I'm dead. Oh. 0.1 second too late.
Your bottom tower is kind of bad. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
I don't fear hell.
Anyone help Drow? Did I just lose another game? Running mid.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You don't have to help me. Just focus on Drow.
Drow's AFK now. I mean, because she's just about 6.
Okay, yep.
10-minute runes. Oh my god.
Verily.
Get the top runes if you can. The bottom is basically not gettable.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I go like the devil. Power pours into me. Why not?
Coming, 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 coming.
Attack! Hell's fury burn. Oh, hell
I'm dead.
yes.
I am not dead.
Prowling. I go like the strike.
Oh my god, dude! I'm so tired of Dota 2 today. I'm running over. Tide has Ravage. I'm running over with Finger. I'm running with Finger. Oh my god, man. We suck dick, dude.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think this area is probably warded.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Onward. Forward. To hell and back.
Troll's the most powerful person on the enemy team, huh? Okay.
Yes. Why not? Yes.
Can we do anything? Tide? What the fuck, man?
Killing spree.
Prowling.
Oh my god, he got it off. Oh my god, we fucking lost this game, dude. It's just one of those days.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Well, at least he's nice and calm. Hopefully he can carry.
It's fine if we keep losing like this. We just have to hit the mid-game peak. When I get Ags, I'll group up.
Earthshaker's one. Here's black hole. Black hole, dude. Oh, I'm dead again. We just don't have any chemistry.
Dire's putting up a barricade. Your middle tower's under attack.
Tide's got decent farm. Black hole, black hole, black hole! How am I missed him?
Better luck next time.
There's a shrine. Oh shit! Wow, man, fucking fight these guys, huh? This Mars is really good, dude. He was the Smurf, right?
Where's the fight?
Your top tower is under attack. You had a couple of friends who probably stop that. Dominate! Mega kill! Triple kill!
Holy shit. Okay, indeed.
Yes. Where's the fight?
Yeah, I'm not playing any more Dota after this game.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower's under attack, and over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
That was never going to end well for you.
Well, we got the Earthshaker. Yeah, I believe in our late game though. Our late game's quite strong. Man, these guys are just everywhere.
What, not your job or something?
Yeah, Chuck, I get it. That was bad.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Double kill.
Hey, Enigma, I'm coming. I might be able to save you.
Killing spree. Triple kill.
Oh, they're playing so well. We suck dick.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Good job, Enchantress.
Taking fortified constructions, pretty good move if you ask me. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Finger charges don't matter.
Tower has fallen.
Matter a little bit.
That's the spirit. The losing spirit.
What the hell is this?
Your top tower is under attack.
To hell and back. Yes. Verily.
Roshan has fallen to the tire.
Yes.
Here you go. Top tower is under attack.
Rages.
Oh, you get sick. Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
I go like the devil.
The top tower is under attack. Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
They have vision there.
Middle tower just turned into a pile of dominate.
Oh, hell yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Where's the fight?
The top tower needs some help. The top tower has fallen.
They're gonna kill you, Drill.
Why not? Onward. Onward. Hand it over. Wow.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Back. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under
Let's fight, let's fight, let's fight.
Gonna do something about it and just sit there looking funny. Your bottom tower is falling.
They're tied.
Where's the fight?
Can we? I think they're gonna start splitting. We have Ravage and 8. Yeah, if they split, if they start like leaving, we should jump them.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. How many of those things is under attack?
Where's the fight?
Yeah, they're quite split now.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Maybe we just suck, dude.
Fast upon the tides.
Your bottom barracks are under attack. Killing spree. Your bottom barracks are under attack. You'll do something if you know what's good for you. bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the back. Your middle tower has fallen. I'm under attack.
Okay, time to let them end it. Yeah, today's just not my day, guys.
Middle barracks are under attack. Middle barracks are looking shaky. Your middle barracks is falling. Your middle barracks is falling. Your top tower is under attack.
God, man. Look at our scores.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks is fallen. Your top barracks. Your top barracks. Whoa! Godlike.
Hey, I just got a bunch of levels. 3 levels. I got a kill. Yeah, another finger charge. We can win this game now, guys. Alright, let's do this. Oh no, I don't want to die.
Power now, by the way. Killing spree. Dire structures are fortified. Your engine is under attack.
No! I should have bought Ghost Scepter. Okay. I think that was my 5th loss in a row. You know, in a really good game, I don't mind voting for, you know, MVP for the enemy team. But when you just get beat down so badly, I'm just like, so not even motivated to give a shit. My goodness, what a fucking beating. Oh god. That was an embarrassment. Hey, we had a chance until 15 minutes. Alright, let's look at the laning phase. Mars won his lane against Drow. So it was Tide's at 3.4 and Mars is at 4.7. Drow's at 2.9. Yeah, Troll's at 4.5. Although the Pango and the Enchantress was basically stalemate even. Willow has way more farm than me. Enigma and Earthshaker are tied though, so maybe the Enigma pick. Let's see here. No, he was the third pick. You can't really blame the third pick. So yeah, me and Enigma picked first, and he wanted to be either the 4 or 5. I can't really tell. So somewhere along the way, we got really greedy. Enchantress 10. Nah, I wouldn't even say that our picks are greedy. I would just say they would got outplayed. Nah, I don't. Actually, I like the Tide pick. I mean, we all agreed that we needed a tanky frontliner. And let's see, Tide was pick 7, so we had seen the Mars, we had seen the Earthshaker, and we had seen the Dark Willow at that point. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Tide Hunter pick. We just got outplayed. I wonder if we had put Drow mid though. Drow mid. Yeah, perhaps we put Drow mid against the Pangolier. Probably would have made a lot more sense. Then she can hit 6 and then do something this game. I'm not blaming. Like I played a really shitty Drow game earlier where I just did nothing. So we put the Drow mid against the Pangolier. They're gonna draw even, I'm sure. But I also think that if we had put the Enchantress in the safe lane against the Mars and the... Was it the Earthshaker? No, it was Mars Dark Willow, right? Yeah, so I would think that Lion Enchantress against Mars and Dark Willow, they're going to draw even. That's what I predict. In fact, maybe we might even be able to kill the Dark Willow. I don't know. It's pretty even lane, so Enchantress Lion will draw even against Mars Dark Willow, and then I mean top lost its lane as well, right? And it's so 2 lanes will draw even, and then we'll lose top lane, but that's way better than losing 3 lanes. So in retrospect, yeah, we didn't lane it correctly. Okay, that was my last game. Does anybody have any questions or comments? Almost 7-hour stream. Oh man, Jesus, road to 5.5 indeed. Ugh. In fact, I even lost like 27 for that game, I think. Oh. Thanks, Vinny. Thanks, Baratosh. Hello, Rija. I play with my fans sometimes. I typically just play with sponsors. Would you like to sponsor for sauna? I can always make 5.4k stretch goal. Oh, Mr. Ambitious over here. Tomorrow sounds good, Milk Tea. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be Green Day, Lulu. We started out really strong today. How do you get out from Red Day? You just play more games. Yeah, no, we started out really strong today. I played 5 games and I won 4 out of 5, and then we just... Can I play Invoker? Yeah, for donation. Yeah, we started out strong. You're welcome, Edward. No, the stream is over, Ahmad. Anyways, I'm done for today. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. Hope you guys had fun with our time together. I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be around 7:30 a.m. Pacific time. Anyways, have a great day, a great night, guys. I'll see you guys soon.